Can you hear me, Jerry?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Here's an alder. Here is the panelist. Who is that? Crespo is coming in. Should I let the reporter in, or can he hear? He can hear this without being in the room, right?
No, I think you got to be in the room to hear it. But the
Ev-
only people.
Everybody can hear everything right now.
Oh, really?
So
Yes,
the reporter can stay in the waiting room.
E-
You want me to
Every,
let Scott Jackson in? Rick
there
Fun.
is no, here, Mick, wait for the committee. Everybody is in already.
Okay.
When Alder Antunes is ready to start the meeting, he will
Okay.
call up the people that he wants to the table, and then you bring them in.
Okay.
So, Al, everybody can hear everything right now?
That is correct, sir.
Oh. Okay.
Uh, to TV.
Alder Antunes, there is a quorum now.
Yeah, I see. We're just going to take another minute or two. Are the videos accessible now, Al?
I didn't know we're not. Let me try what they should be. Do you see an option to turn on your video?
Yep.
All right, hit that. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, I can't turn my cell phone either.
Not yet.
All right, so we're at this. So we're gonna have to make you guys co-host in order to get your video on. You should be able to do it now.
Making people a
There we go.
co-host will allow them to turn video on.
Yeah, if the video, yes, is the short answer.
Okay.
I got to get out of the studio here and go back to my.
You're not in the garage today? Oh, we're back here. Okay.
Yeah.
So we need to make all of the committee members
Co-host.
co-hosts.
Yes.
Okay.
And somebody is testifying, we'll do that as well for the time that they're testifying.
Okay.
Video's not on yet.
All right, I just want to wait until we get everybody on the committee video working, and we'll start. Okay, it looks like all the committee members are active. And we'll call the meeting to order then. We're set recording? Okay. Public Safety Committee of the New Haven Board of Alders will hold a public hearing on Tuesday, June 16th at 6 p.m. via video conference to hear and act on the following legislative items. It'll be accessible through Zoom meeting link at http://bit.ly/2xurizj or by phone in the United States 1-929-205-6099. Webinar ID is 436-672-4965. For the password to the meeting, please contact Al Lucas at newhavenconnecticut.gov. On the day of the meeting, public announcement may also be submitted via email to publictestimony@newhavenct.gov. First item is the order of the Board of Alders authorizing the mayor to apply to be part of the state of Connecticut's fully autonomous vehicle testing pilot program. Item number 2 is the order of the Board of Alders calling for a public hearing on the mayor's plan to eliminate advanced life support services, paramedics, from the New Haven Fire Department. These items are on file and available in the office of the City Clerk, 200 Orange Street, Room 202, New Haven, per order Honorable Gerald N. Antunes, Chair. Attest Ronald Honorable Michael Smart, City Clerk. For accessibility-related requests, please contact 203-946-7833 for voice or 203.
Muted yourself, Mr. Chair.
I didn't mute myself too soon, did I? All right, I will introduce each one, and each member of the committee, please step up and announce yourself. Start with my co-chair, Brian Wingate.
Present.
Jose Crespo.
Present. Thank you, sir.
Abby Roth.
Hi, thank you. Ward 7.
Honda Smith.
Honda Smith, Ward 30.
And also with us today is Alder Sal DeCola, third officer. Our majority leader, Richard Furlow. Alder Anna Festa, and Alder Kimberly Edwards. Thank you all for joining us tonight. All right, if we want to start the first, Mickey, we have people from traffic and parking, our speakers from that department? Or who's speaking on behalf of you're muted, Mick, on behalf of the autonomous vehicles?
I'm trying to promote him to co-host, so the video goes on and he can talk.
He is already, Mick.
All right. Hi, everybody. Good evening. My name is
Hello.
Doug.
My name is Doug Houseleden. I'm the Director of Transportation, Traffic, and Parking, 115 South Water Street, New Haven, Connecticut. And with me this evening is Jonathan Garrett. I have promoted Jonathan to a panelist. And I am going to ask Jonathan to unmute himself. And
Hey, good evening.
excellent. And thank you. Would you like to start a screen share perhaps?
Sure. I was trying to start my video, but it's not letting me, but I guess I don't really need to. Let me just share my screen.
Yeah, that makes sense. And we'll while Jonathan's setting up for technology, I'll just introduce the topic tonight, which is authorization for the mayor of New Haven to apply to be one of 4 pilot cities with the State of Connecticut Office of Policy and Management in the Autonomous and Connected Vehicle Program. And so we are, in the city of New Haven, always interested as well. We all remember, through Michelle Dupre's office, we're often informed the fact that over 11% of our population has physical disabilities, and that as a board member of the Greater New Haven Transit District, a lot of our last mile issues with respect to providing basic healthcare and shopping needs are being fulfilled right now through our transit district services. And you're finding more and more throughout the country that transit districts and transit services are interested in finding out what best is the service that is our that matches our needs of our future. And so in front of you tonight is going to be a presentation from Jonathan Garrett, the funding from the study and the research and the outreach to date so far. And President Walker, I see, is here. Not nearly enough outreach has been done before we can even go live with the project. Right now, we're talking about an application to be one of 4 cities in the state of Connecticut, because as Jonathan will show, the idea right now is working with Yale New Haven Health and Yale University, but mostly Yale New Haven Health and the Parking Authority's Air Rights Garage. How do we best link the 2 campuses between St. Raphael campus and Yale and York Street campus? And what's the safest, best way to get around there in the future? Jonathan?
Doug, real quick, I'm not getting a share screen option. I don't know if you'll have to allow it or just have to put up the PowerPoint possibly.
You are a co-host. You should be able to share your screen this time.
It's interesting. I don't have a share screen button either.
Okay. Let's see if
I don't have an option to promote them to co-host.
he's already a co-host, but apparently the screen share is not there. So you're gonna have to talk us through it, because I don't see it here.
No problem.
Is there someone I can email it to? It's a large file.
Yep, you can email it to me at ACUS, but I'm still not going to be able to show it.
No, okay.
So just walk us through it, and then you can
Okay.
email to us, and we can get it to the committee afterwards.
All right,
Not a problem.
That sounds good then.
Go ahead, Jonathan. Thank you.
Okay, well, thanks for the intro, Doug. I'll skip a couple of the first more graphical slides and then just kind of start in with the mission behind this project was to understand how low-speed automated vehicles could serve the downtown New Haven area, specifically the operations between the 2 hospitals downtown. So if anyone has seen a low-speed automated shuttle, they kind of look like a toaster oven. They're about 12 feet long, 6 or 7 feet wide, and about 9 feet high. They are wheelchair accessible and have other accessibility features, and can seat between 8 and 12 people, depending on the manufacturer's model that we're talking about. And they're kind of like a little mini transit bus that's bi-directional in most cases. So I had a little video to play, but you guys can look at that once we get the PowerPoint mailed out to everyone. To go over a few more specifications of the vehicle. low speed environments, like I mentioned before. So this means below 25 miles per hour. And you normally get about 3 to 10 hours on the battery life. So a lot of the models out now are fully electric vehicles. And there's a handful of manufacturers that I was going to go over, some of them creating purpose-built vehicles, and some of them retrofitting Polaris golf carts, which is a popular option too. So you can check out some of the photos of those in the PowerPoint. Doug went over the fully autonomous vehicle testing pilot program a little bit, but just to kind of reinforce, this is an opportunity created by the state. The Office of Policy and Management has been encouraging cities to investigate how this type of technology could serve their locality. And so we went into a study to kind of understand that more in depth, come up with a concept plan, and have created a draft application that we'll be kind of reviewing some of the aspects of today. There are some requirements set out under this program. So the minimum framework from OPM requires the vendor signs an indemnity agreement. The pilot has a specific beginning and end date. They require a host of information from the vendor, such as their experience and their safety record, their insurance and other driving plans and goals must be laid out before operations begin, and then sufficient training for operators, emergency management personnel, and a public outreach campaign. So another important aspect of this is that an operator is always on board during the pilot program. There's no operations on limited access highways, and there are data reporting requirements. So our plan first looked at the possibility of deploying up to two shuttles between the hours of 8 a.m. and 6 p.m. Monday through Friday. It looked at serving hospital employees and family members of patients. Some of the goals were to learn about automated vehicle operations. So the current transit operations team could understand the requirements around running a service of this nature. It would be able to be compared to current transportation options, specifically the intercampus shuttle that currently operates between the two facilities. It's also a bit of a positioning move. So to position New Haven as forward thinking and tech advanced and kind of understand what this can do for the people of New Haven, and to look at serving a real world transportation need. So we wanted to also evaluate the impact it has on parking. And we brought together a pretty good team to do that. So the Parking Authority, the New Haven Health, University, and then the city itself. Some of the things we considered while going through the study were the actual destinations that you might want to travel to, the priorities of the community and the surrounding neighborhood, the different types of user groups and demographics, the service quality. So that goes along with headway and how often the vehicle would be in operation, the actual alignment and the safety that goes along with that, the specific site conditions, various roadway characteristics. This goes from anything from lane width and signage and striping to looking at the access and conflict points along the various routes. We evaluated the technology limitations. So a lot what you hear in the media might be either overstated or understated. So we wanted to take a very realistic view on what the technology is capable of now and in the short term. We evaluated secure storage, charging, and maintenance facilities. We looked at any possible infrastructure modifications, modal competitors, and land use impacts. I have a diagram here in the PowerPoint that is a kind of a graphical representation of what the sensor suite looks like on the vehicle. So this gives an idea of the vehicle safety components. Like I said, low speed operation under 25 miles per hour. All of the sensors are suited for that use case, and they provide a 360 degree view of overlapping sensors. So you have LiDAR, radar, in some cases ultrasonic, and in most cases optical sensors. Each vehicle is equipped with 2 to 4 redundant braking mechanisms. So this means your primary brake and then a series of backup brakes that would be deployed if there was power loss. So mechanical braking is important for these vehicles. There's emergency stops buttons inside the vehicle, and there is also two-way telecommunications between a remote supervisor. I mentioned the onboard operator. That person will be there in case of an emergency to take manual control or to just act as a customer liaison in a way, answer questions, kind of onboard people and make them feel comfortable. The vehicles are also capable of radio communication to various types of infrastructure, whether that's signs, cell phones, or signals. This also would include the training of emergency management personnel, and it would also be subject to the cybersecurity privacy policy of the vendor. Some of the operational considerations that are external of the vehicle are the team members that we actually work with on this. So we work with a series of technology providers that all play a different role in helping create a safe operation. There's a company called A-Verified that provides third-party safety verification. They're able to conduct operational safety audits. They can quantify the risk, which will allow for insurance companies and other partners to have a better understanding of the capabilities and the performance. And they also look at the vehicles themselves and ensure that they are designed to and performing at the level that the manufacturer specifies. There's another partner called Icarus. They're a process and compliance company that digitizes safety processes and procedures. They are able to record and they document the safety procedures that go on so that can be recalled if need be. And this is a really useful feature in aviation. And there's a lot of people looking at employing these for automated vehicles as well. Another partner is called D-Risk. They do AV testing, training, and validation. So what this means is they look at the rare edge cases that could occur, and they design plans to mitigate those risks. So through either closed circuit television or satellite imagery, they're able to run their algorithm and understand which aspects of the route might not be optimized for automated vehicle operations. And so those are kind of three of the external safety mechanisms that could be employed to give a better understanding and a holistic look at what a AV operation means in the city. We wanted to talk a little bit about the job outlook as well. There's obviously concern about the transition from the kind of old economy jobs to the new economy jobs of higher tech, artificial intelligence, and automated vehicles. There's been a lot of analysis on this, and I've included a couple of links in the presentation so anyone can review further. But I wanted to highlight a few things. In the short term, defined as the next 5 to 10 years, AV operations will still require a number of employees as a similar number of employees as traditional modes. So you're still going to need an onboard operator. You're still going to need operations and maintenance workers that are performing similar but similar work. You're going to need a remote supervisor in most cases. And we always want to make sure that services like this, especially the low speed nature, are positioned as supporting, not replacing existing modes. They're looking to fill existing mobility gaps and complement transit. And when we talk about kind of some of the jobs that would transition into new economy jobs, we first kind of looked at breaking down, well, what exists now? So now there's currently around 15.5 million US jobs that are directly related to driving. 3.8 of those are actual operators, so truck drivers and taxi drivers, and 11.7 million are drivers that just drive as part of their job. So mail carriers or firefighters or emergency medical techs. And a lot of the projections around the job outlook do consider a small increase in unemployment. It's been cited at about 0.06 to 0.13%, starting at around the year 2045. A lot of experts don't think there will be enough of an impact until then to warrant a drop in employment. It'll likely be just transitions up until that point. So when we talk about some of the new economy jobs, we're already seeing effects of this. It's been reported that there was a 27% increase in AV related jobs year over year last January. And there's already been large scale deployment to improve access to other job markets. And that's one of the continued benefits. So by the year 2050, it's been estimated that automated vehicles would contribute about $800 billion in annual social and economic benefits. But most of these effects would not be really felt until around 2040. But this gives the opportunity to invest in job displacement mitigation policy until then. There's a lot of hurdles, and that's kind of one of the reasons why a lot of cities are pushing the investigation early. All right, the next few slides here are maps actually of the routes that we analyzed. And I apologize, you can't see them, but the first one here just shows the 4 overlapping routes. What we're referring to is Route 1, the core route, is actually just is the same as the existing intercampus route. So it kind of provides the ability to have that apples to apples comparison. Route 2 deviates slightly.
Jonathan,
sure.
Jonathan, since we can't see it, will you tell us what the routes are?
Yeah, I can describe them. So if you're starting at the main campus, I'm not familiar with this small side street. I'm gonna have to look at a map here.
Oh, you mean South Street?
Is that it?
The little South Street between Park and Howard, yep.
Yeah. So this, the vehicle would have a stop there on South Street, and then it would turn right going north on Howard Avenue. Let's see, and then it would take a left on MLK Junior Boulevard, and it would travel west until it reaches what is, I think, Sherman it is, and takes a right heading north. So that would then approach the hospital St. Raphael's campus, and there would be another stop that is where the current shuttle stop is through the drive-through in the front of the hospital there. And then the vehicle would exit the parking lot and turn left onto George Street, and then a pretty quick right heading south down, trying to look for street names right now, down Orchard. From Orchard, the vehicle would take a left on Legion, and then it would loop back around to South Street in front of the main campus hospital. So that mimics a current intercampus shuttle route. Is that right, Doug?
That's correct. The Yale New Haven Health shuttle route provided by ProPark.
Okay. So the next three routes are slight deviations to that. Route 2 still starts at south and goes up Howard and turns left on MLK, loops around the same way to Sherman, but when exiting St. Raphael's Hospital, it continues on George, and then it would make another right, let's see, on Park Street, and then it would head south on Park and meet back up with its beginning point on South. And the next route, once again, starts at the same place on South. This time it makes a pretty immediate left. Let's see, taking, was this Sylvan, right? Yeah, Sylvan Avenue. Taking Sylvan West and then turning right, heading north on Orchard, and then a left back on to MLK, and then it continues the rest of the route similar to 2, where it heads down Park and then meets back at the South Street stop. So that one avoids most of the high volume streets and higher speed segments, except it still does spend a brief amount of time on MLK. The final route, which avoids most all of the higher volume streets and conflict points. It exits south, taking Sylvan, taking Orchard all the way north, but it skips MLK and takes a left on Gilbert instead through the neighborhood, and then finishes the route similarly to 2, where it takes George to Park and back down. So that one is currently seen as one of the safer. And these were the top 4 out of about 10 combinations that we looked at. The next slide here gives an overview of the metrics on each of them. So I'll describe some of this, but you guys can review in detail as well. It talks about the route length, the average route speed, the headway that could be achieved, and the number of traffic signals, stop signs, pedestrian crossings, and number of lane changes each vehicle would encounter along a given route. So that's all documented here. They're all about the same in length and speed, and there's a slight difference in the number of traffic signals, stop signs, pedestrian crossings, and lane changes that the vehicles would make depending on the route. Does anyone have any questions about that? Or want me to read off any of the metrics specifically?
Any committee members, any questions? No, I see none.
Okay. Okay, so
Did all the have a question, sir?
I guess a point of order, I'm just wondering if we're going to do questions generally at the end rather than midway through the presentation. If
Yes,
that was the
we'll
plan.
follow standard procedure.
Great, thank you.
all right, and the most viable vehicle storage location that we found was the Dwight Howard Garage at 218 House Street. This was suggested and supported by Yale New Haven Health as well. The reasons for that, a few criteria to go through, is that it is located within 650 feet of the route. It's enclosed and secure. It has a vertical clearance of 10 feet. It has storage of 10 feet high, 10 feet wide, and 18 feet long, which is what each of the manufacturers recommend as viable for doing low level of maintenance and storage and charging for their vehicles. And then the other thing we just recommend is a level 2 charger, which currently I think there's level 1, which is 120 volts available. So that needs further investigation. And that's just to speed up the charging, basically, work with a higher voltage. Okay, so just got a couple slides left here. Right now I was going to go over just the procurement and deployment process, just to kind of talk about next steps. once you have approved a plan and everyone is comfortable moving forward, the vehicle vendor evaluation could begin. We did put out an RFQ many months back now, maybe about a year almost. Received 3 responses, one from First transit operator, and then one from Easy Mile and one from Navia. Those are 2 of the manufacturers that are competitors in this space. So looking at some of the options more closely, especially as it's been many months, things have changed. There's new products available and new specifications to review. That would be a process that would probably be valuable. And then once the manufacturer is chosen, they would help conduct a final site review. They would go ahead and get their vehicles ready, whether it was licensed, imported, whatever the case may be, get their NHTSA approvals in order, and that's all handled by them. They would help with the route programming and testing. So there'd be a 1 to 2 week period where they need some time to run the route. They conduct the site evaluation with their own LiDAR system to create the map that runs on the vehicle. And then they would also provide the operator and emergency management training before service launch. And one of the last things to review is just the costs. There likely won't be many infrastructure costs. It just depends on if there's a need for any radio communication to any infrastructure, and then signage and striping could be necessary depending on current conditions, and if you want to be able to advertise being in kind of this AV testing zone and where pickup and drop-offs are located, things like that. The capital expenditure, of course, of the vehicle, which most pilot programs at this point are leases that we're seeing anywhere between $12,000 to $30,000 per vehicle. This is subject to many different variables, though. There's opportunities for grants, and a lot of times these suppliers are interested in marketing different aspects. So those costs are really hard to nail down until you get into contract negotiations. And then annual operating costs, which include things like the service and maintenance crew, any consumable items, the cost of electricity, and those are normally pretty low. My last slide here is just a snapshot of what we have done and what is still to come. So we've completed the site and route evaluation. We've put out the vendor RFQ, received some responses and done some evaluation for that. We've created the concept plan and the draft FAV TPP application. This presentation and plan has gone through the Planning Commission. And now here we are sitting with public safety. Next steps would be to review and refine, complete the application, and submit to OPM before the discussions with vendors were started and funding was sought. So I think that is everything I got for you all this evening. And yeah, I'll turn it back over. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we continue on, I just want to welcome some of our colleagues. Of course, our president, Taisha Walker-Myers, Alder Steve Winter, Alder Carmen Rodriguez, Alder Jody Ortiz, and Alder Renee Haywood. Thank you all for joining us tonight. As a first portion, before we get some questions, I would like to just read a letter. I received a letter from one of our police commissioners, Commissioner Don Walker, and I wanted to read that into the record. I'm writing this message to express concern regarding one of the items on your agenda, autonomous vehicle testing. I believe autonomous vehicles are the future of transportation. However, I have serious concerns regarding their presence on our city streets at this point in time because of the following reasons: inadequate speed, of our wireless networks to be able to control vehicles in all situations if there is no human backup system. Legal liability questions have not been adequately addressed. The probability of mechanical or technological malfunction. Technology is great until it's not. There is no such thing as a perfect system or backup system. Unintended consequences, which always arise whenever there is a major change in the process or system. In my opinion, these are serious issues which must be addressed to the satisfaction of this committee and the citizens of this city prior to enacting a test for these vehicles on our city streets. I believe ultimately all of the concerns will be addressed, but I have no evidence of them being addressed to my satisfaction at this time. And that's signed Donald Walker, New Haven Police Commissioner. Now, do any of the committee members have questions? First one I see up is Alder Smith. Unmute yourself and present.
Thank you, Sir Chair. That was one of my questions in which that I had, that Commissioner Walker had. I wanted to know how safe these vehicles were. According to some studies in which that I had read in 2020, that these vehicles may not be able to prevent mishaps caused by humans. That means if someone dart out in the street, it does not instantaneously reacts. My other question would be, how many deaths have occurred during these types of vehicles? If you can give me a number, a count of how many deaths that happened throughout the country. I mean, I have an ideal of it, but I need to know from you what that will be.
Sure, and why don't I, Doug Houseladen again, TTMP, happy to address these questions, and they're perfect questions to go through, which, so legal liability and how safe the vehicles are and how many deaths so far. So it's important to note that we're not talking about Teslas on the highway. We're talking about very tiny shuttle buses that will be going at 7 miles an hour. Most importantly, I think from the traffic and parking's perspective, TTMP's perspective, is that there is a human required to be on the device at all times during the pilot. The pilot is a start and end time, and not only during the daytime. So it's the concept of being like a little bit more than a first shift vehicle, but that traveling at 7 miles an hour, if something does break down, it can slow itself down and pull over to the side of the road. I've been in a test vehicle in Ann Arbor, Michigan. I was able to test the M-City facility that had been churning out a lot of new products and new jobs and new ideas coming from. And most importantly, they convinced me of their safety. And I'll ask Jonathan to take it back over with talking about how safe these types of vehicles are. And again, specifically, what are the numbers of deaths that have occurred in these pilots or in these vehicles to date so far?
Yeah, thanks, Doug. I would just add that automated or autonomous vehicles is a blanket term kind of given to this type of technology, but there are really many different types of automated vehicles, and we're speaking of a very specific class, which is the low-speed automated shuttle. They operate at SAE level 4, which if you want to Google that, I can also send out some information on it, but it means that it is the second highest level of automated vehicle at this point, and it's the highest one that's in existence. Crashes that you have heard about, as Doug referenced, are in level 3 vehicles, and most experts agree that level 3 vehicles are really not ready for kind of mass consumption at this time. The reason for that is that a lot of people are hesitant to use level 3 features in their vehicle, which, like an example of that is the Tesla Autopilot, but they actually have become very comfortable with it quickly. and are not able to regain control of the vehicle in an emergency. So the crashes that you've seen have been in level 3 vehicles. When we're talking about level 4, we're talking about a technology that doesn't require the human to take over control of the vehicle. A level 4 vehicle puts itself in a safety state that that has enough redundant mechanisms to have it safely stop before a human would take over manual control. So the difference is in how the transition or how that handoff is carried out. And that may not, I maybe didn't explain that super well, so I can get some more information if you'd like to learn a little bit more about the levels of automation as they're defined nationally. So yes, at the level 4 level, there has been 0 deaths. And so that's the technology that we're pursuing. And that's the technology a lot of the larger companies are piloting and manufacturing these days.
Last question for you. I understand that you have several partners that's working with you on this project. If the partners fail to just drop you, who's going to pay? Is it going to be the taxpayers going to pay for this? To my understanding, the city do not intend to participate in this project. So who's going to be the one that's going to pick up if your funders fail to take on this project?
So I can, again, I'll tee it up and then send it back to Jonathan to speak specifically from his experience from other pilots around the country. The idea is that the city should not be on the hook, will not be on the hook for any of the contracting. The idea is if this pilot falls through, they will take their equipment and leave. The nice thing is it's simply they can just put it onto a tractor trailer and the company that we're releasing the vehicle from would take it back. And Jonathan, I don't know if you could speak specifically to some other instances where you can speak.
Well, that's true. So the pilot program would have a defined beginning and end date. I haven't seen a program be cut early, with the exception of throughout the COVID crisis here. That's the only time the vehicles have been taken out of passenger circulation, and it fell to the manufacturers to either continue testing at their own expense without passengers or pull their vehicles. So that would be part of the agreement. The state does require that the manufacturer is charged with kind of the final operation and outcome.
Mr. Chair, if I may just finish on that and say that I did link in the chat the PDFs from the state of Connecticut, which has the framework plan from OPM. And so we are, in a good way, we are fitting in that framework. We have to fit in that framework and we can't deviate from the framework. So we're not going to be able to have like Tesla go-karts or something driving around. We can only, we're only looking at 1 or 2 shuttles at all on one route. And again, I would just reiterate that there's still not, we still have not yet done enough outreach, not nearly enough outreach about what this means for our public and our neighbors. And before we would launch, there would be a lot more outreach that would come.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to just reserve my other questions and allow my colleagues to ask questions.
Thank you, Alder Smith. The next hand that I saw up was Alder Wingate.
Thank you, Chair. So I have 2 questions. In the comment. I'm gonna go with the comment first. I don't think the city's putting in because they don't want the liability if something go wrong. That's my first comment. That's why the city is not, putting in anything into this. And the insurance, right? What kind of insurance policy, right? What kind of insurance that this will protect, because technology is good until it's not, right? And things happen, right? What kind of insurance is on these vehicles? That's my first question. And my second question would be, did I hear you right? The human will be on the vehicle only through training. When the training is up, right? When the training is up, they will be operating themselves. So I don't know if that's a question for Doug or the gentleman that I can't see.
No, I can take that, Alder Wingate, and I appreciate the question. The entire length of the pilot period. So what we're being approved for is simply the pilot. It would simply be a start date and a finish date of a program. And during that entire time, there must be an operator on this vehicle to monitor and support and to, if need be, operate it.
Yeah, so we're familiar with pilot programs. We do it all the time, right? But once the pilot program is over, will a human be on the vehicle between the time that is activated?
That's a great question. And Jonathan, I'll turn it over to you for where the state, if you could speak to the state of Connecticut framework, because at the moment, there is no contemplation of anybody allowed to do this. This will be the only 4 pilots in the state of Connecticut for now. The state of Connecticut will take a pause, reassess where everything is, and then make decisions to go forth in this world of autonomous. Jonathan, did I get that right?
Yeah, that's correct. So the pilot operation, it would have an onboard operator through whatever phase you want to refer to it as, pilot or a fully commissioned vehicle for the foreseeable future. There has been no operatorless operations in the U.S. yet to date.
And I'll just mention that I believe, and this is coming to mind, that I believe the federal government may have passed in their last transportation authorization bill that for now, no federal funding can be utilized to run a autonomous bus route where there's already a fixed bus route transit service. Does that make sense? So right now you're not allowed to replace a driver operated transit route with a robot operated transit route. So
that's true.
And that's with federal funding specifically, I should say.
And just another point on that is that NHTSA so far, the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, so far has only approved one fully driverless operation, and it's with a company called Nuro, and it's to transport groceries. So there's no passenger carrying service that is even allowed to not have an onboard operator. And we assume it'll be that way for a while still.
And we do appreciate the question at our City Plan Commission, and if Alder Marchand were in the audience, he could attest. At our City Plan Commission, we had a number of questions regarding jobs, and of course, we care about jobs too. I'm on the board of the Transit District, and our drivers of the Transit District are near and dear to me. And so this is really about seeing again, the safety elements are there. The potential for expanding transit access to so many people in our city is there. My big desire from a TTM, from the director's chair would be, if we're not at the table in the policy in one of the 4 cities, other cities are going to be dictating the statewide policy when they're going to be writing it after the pilot period. And if Michelle Dupre is not at the table, that's a problem, meaning we want Michelle to be at the table setting statewide policy. We want our Board of Alders to have a hand in setting statewide policy. And the best way to get that influence in the policy is to be a part of the pilot, if that makes any sense. And that's really where we're coming from. We really, again, increasing access to the city, but also the safety elements are really compelling for us. Otherwise, we would be also willing to wait.
No,
And- Sorry, go ahead, Alder Wingate.
thank you. No, I hear you. I hear you clearly. We coming from the, public safety side of this thing, right? Along with the job opportunity as well, but safety's first, in our site. I have one more question. And then I want to yield to my colleagues so they can ask more questions as well. Who came up with the routes? Who came up with the routes? Because the routes sounds familiar to me. Almost like inclusion, or not, or I should say non-inclusion.
Sure, sure.
Please give me some thought around that.
No problem. Right now, that to get to where we are today has not cost $0. The Air Rights Garage has funded the program to date, and so in addition to where the funding source is, so we wanted to link the Air Rights Garage, or the hospital agreed to fund this with us at the Air Rights Garage. We evaluated about 10 to 15 routes, including increasing access to the Sergeant Drive location, Long Wharf Drive location, and other Union Station connectors and transit connectors and neighborhood connectors. And really what kept creeping up was this need to get away from single occupant vehicles being parked in the Dwight West River, because of how large of an employer the hospital is, how much greenhouse gas is being emitted. If that plus the funding source, it felt like when we went through earlier at the traffic authority, we presented the iterative steps of where we started on our routing decisions and outreach and engagement with stakeholders, and not enough stakeholders, not residential, not enough residents have, or any residents really, I would argue, have signed off on this route. We've got concepts of what we'd like to try it to overlap to an existing Yale New Haven Health shuttle route, so that we can really have an apples to apples or an apples to oranges comparison, actually, and see about its effectiveness. So that's where the funding source came from, and the trying to get to a park once technology, trying to get people to stop needing their cars for the intraday stuff, trying to get with it. When we applied for this, I think, Jonathan, we started this work in 2017. Does that sound familiar?
Yeah, that's correct.
So that back then, the SRC was a speck of dust on the future sunglasses, or the future, and all of those things kind of led us to this this location.
So, Chair,
Yes, Alder Wingate.
could we request, through the chair, can I request the insurance that this company will have on these vehicles, if I may?
Yes, absolutely. That was a concern of mine as well. If I could, before I saw your hand up, Alder Roth, but if I could just squeeze in for a second. That was a major concern of mine, Doug, was the indemnity. I mean, if it's something that I am confident will not float anywhere if the city is not indemnified in this whole program, because it's a test program, it's an experiment, and there's no way I feel that we should be exposed.
Those are great points, and I'll ask Jonathan to step in and help me out on the technicality.
So that is one of the minimum framework requirements set out by the state. And if a vehicle manufacturer and operator wants to come into the city, that's something that they would have to agree with. Each pilot program that I've seen and worked on so far, the vehicle manufacturer or operator does carry the insurance policy. That's usually at the requirement of the client, the municipality. So that would be a negotiation that you could have. But from what I've seen so far, they've always carried the policy. And it hasn't been a problem. It's something they expect, and it's something that it's part of their business model. So.
Okay, great. Thank you. Alder Roth, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Doug, and thank you, Jonathan, for presenting without slides, which I'm sure was a little challenging. I guess I have a few questions. One, going back to the route, I actually have a lot of concerns about this route, which is it touches my ward, and it also is where I go to work every day. And walking there every day, I'm very aware that there are ambulances speeding by there. I know the downtown crossing project is happening, and 101 College Street is on the horizon. The Neuro Center is going to very much impact traffic patterns. There's a housing facility right with an intersection with elderly residents and residents with disabilities, many of whom are blind, who are right there. I worry a lot about this being the location and people going to the hospital, many of whom are a vulnerable population and maybe are slow moving. And what is the ability of these vehicles to react to things from speeding ambulances to someone who can't see, who's trying to walk across the street? Are they able to recognize that?
Jonathan, I'll ask you to take in, and I've experienced it firsthand. The answers are yes, but I think your answers will be more full than
so that. I mean, short answer is yes. They are able to recognize pedestrians, cyclists, and like Doug mentioned earlier, we're talking about operating at a very low speed of around 10 miles per hour. So the ability of these sensors to pick up moving obstacles, categorize them, and react to them correctly in that environment, we've seen a lot of success in that so far. If a vehicle, and I've experienced this en route, encounters an obstacle that they're not able to negotiate, they simply stop. And it's happened in every pilot program successfully that these manufacturers have been involved with. There are other mechanisms you can put in place to kind of help mitigate the risks. So talking about lane striping and signage that kind of call attention to things. The vehicles can be made to give audible cues. You said there were blind individuals in the area. There can be other types of accessibility features that are added to the entire operation that can kind of, I guess, just be tailored to the specific environment too. So I think you're right that at this stage, some of these routes may seem as though they need a little bit better of an understanding. And that's where a lot of the community engagement and outreach would come into play. So we could really nail the specifics of a route and understand what we would have to put in place to make it operational and safe. Does that answer your question about how the vehicle reacts to things, or do you want to know more about like the sensors and the process of that?
No, I think, I mean, the answer to basically, I mean, I have concerns about it just stopping and the reaction to that. I guess I'm not clear. I think Doug had mentioned 7 miles per hour. If these are going in a separate lane, if they're going in the main lane, and I just worry about how other vehicles and people around it then will interact with it. But I think I appreciate the answer you gave. I'm just going to switch to another topic, and that I'm curious about the cost to date that you mentioned, where that you said it comes from Air Rights Garage. You know, I know the city gets money from the parking authority, so money going to something. I'm curious how much money has been paid, and then also the operational costs of the pilot, anything from paying consultants to work on it, to what is the electricity, to what, just how much time your staff in TTP has to spend working on this project, how many hours a week does one spend, how much time has been spent to date. It sounds like you put a lot of work into it, which I appreciate, but when you think of the priorities with all the needs of the city, that's something I think we need to weigh.
Sure, happy to speak to that. So the $50,000 was spent over the last 3 years of consulting fees through professional services and the RFQ process for the vehicles. I have not spent much time on this other than what has been in project meetings, of course, and we've been looking for feedback. This was submitted over a year ago, I think, to the board. So I haven't touched this for a year, if that helps you on priorities.
I believe it was submitted in October and November.
And I'll defer to my colleagues and then perhaps if there's something else, chime in.
Thank you, Alder Roth. At this point, I didn't see any other hands, but I have a couple of questions kind of going along with what was said. I believe that Mr. Garrett described the vehicle as being somewhere in the vicinity of 7 feet wide, 9 feet high, 12 feet long. But then you said it was a very tiny vehicle. That's as wide and as long as a Toyota and twice as tall. So we're talking about basically a full-size vehicle, not a tiny vehicle. And if it's going 7 or 10 miles an hour, is it going to create a traffic problem in the areas we're talking about driving?
That's true. You're right. Those are the dimensions that I quoted, and I meant to say that it's small for a transit vehicle, but it's still a substantial vehicle on the road, moving at a slow speed that has the potential to cause congestion if it were to operate on high volume roads. We do specifically want to avoid high volume roads so that this doesn't cause that issue. And I think if there were opportunities to allow the vehicle, if lanes were wide enough for the vehicle to be maneuvered around by faster moving vehicles, or if we could just kind of avoid just the higher volume single speed roads altogether. That's kind of the environment that this type of technology is designed for.
Well, maybe I'm wrong, but when we talk about Howard Avenue, House Street, Martin Luther King Boulevard, York Street, doesn't exactly sound like low volume roads, especially in the times you're talking about. I believe you said from 6 in the morning till, or 8 in the morning till 6 in the evening.
Sure, I can explain. So that if you could, unfortunately, we can't show you the map. I mean, I had linked it in the chat, so I hope you can download the PowerPoint that we linked an hour ago, or a little bit ago. Where we enter MLK is west of House Street. So west of House Street has an oversized edge line on both sides. It has a DOT standard shoulders, neither of which are needed and can be striped and restriped as to accommodate vehicles. Howard Avenue is but one lane. It is only one lane of traffic, except for a very narrow or very small portions of that not one lane traffic. And the big challenge, it's not going on York Street. It's on Park Street. Park Street is not very well. Yep. You're right. I mean, York Street's very busy in certain places. It's not busy down by Davenport, but it is between, of course, south and north frontages. And so there's trade-offs, balances, and it's not that, there's one shuttle is going to be able to make a loop in 30 minutes. So the likelihood that you actually, if you're a driver on MLK, that you would be behind or on Orchard, if you would be behind this vehicle is not very likely to begin with. The distances they're also driving between pulling over and picking up people is not very long. 7 to 10 miles an hour is like a bicyclist's. And while it is annoying to be behind a bicyclist.
Not downtown.
they do get to the traffic signal, relatively quickly.
Well, I mean, just based on the description of the route you told us, it's a lot of left-hand turns, which means basically people are looking at more higher speeds in those left-hand lanes to accommodate those turns. That was my concern, but we don't have to dwell on that. The other portion that I had was when it comes up behind vehicles or bicycles, is there any sort of audible alert or something so someone doesn't turn in front of it or suddenly stop? Do they have some sort of sound? Some of the electric cars, I see they have come up with a way to make it sound like an engine is going so that you can hear them behind you. Is there anything for that safety feature on these vehicles?
To my knowledge, the lower speed manufacturers have not installed any type of artificial sound. And while the vehicles are very quiet, they're not completely silent either. I think there's the ability to work with a manufacturer about, this use case and concern. But I would say no at this point. I haven't seen any type of artificial sound that the vehicle emits to warn anyone coming from behind.
All right. Where are these going to be housed and charged when they're not using them?
One of the possibilities we spoke about was the Dwight Howard Garage at 218. Is it 218 Howard? I'm forgetting the address now. I apologize. 218 Howe. So that was one of the places that actually has a high enough vertical clearance to allow for secured storage. There are other possibilities, of course, but that was one that was favorable among the stakeholders the last time we discussed.
Will there be any fee for the passengers?
No. Yeah, we would like this to be a pilot operation we believe should be free to the public to learn and enjoy and give feedback. And so that's how most of the pilots have been running thus far.
And what's the capacity of the vehicle?
Most of these low-speed shuttles can seat, well, if we're talking about the purpose-built vehicles, which is kind of the toaster oven platform that I've been describing, those can seat around 8 to 12 people with a room for a few people standing. Or if there were to be a wheelchair secured on board, you'd subtract 3 to 4 people. The other vehicle platform is the modified Polaris Gem. And that's more of a golf cart type vehicle, which has 6 seats, but one of them would be used for the onboard operator. So 5 passengers seated, no standing room.
And even less with social limiting?
Yes, if we're considering social distancing requirements, absolutely, yeah, it would be less.
And my last question, how long is the test program?
Well, that's up to the city. That's up to the stakeholders, the Board of Alders.
We can't test it forever.
No, it's flexible though. So we would design the program to specifications, to requirements, to needs. What do you want to get out of it? What are the vision and the goals? And then we can build the program. A lot of them run for a minimum of 6 months up to a couple of years. So it depends on the appetite and the learning objectives.
Okay. So the question I have, do we have other questions? I see Alder Smith and then Alder Roth.
If that we're in New England and we run through a lot of inclement weather, how will this vehicle react into inclement weather?
That's a great question, and I'll ask Jonathan to visit. I'll say that when I visited the Ann Arbor, Michigan location of the test city, they were very proud that they were a winter weather testing facility in Ann Arbor. It was like the first in the country, and then there's one more in Canada. But most of them, to your point, Alder Smith, are in the Sun Belt, if you will.
Yeah, no, great question. A good rule of thumb that a lot of the manufacturers talk about is that their vehicles can operate in any weather that a human should operate in. We realize humans can take risk beyond a point of safety and operate in poor weather conditions, but the vehicles can operate in snow, rain, day or night. They've been operating in Canada, Minnesota, and Michigan for years now. And if conditions were so that the operator deemed it wasn't safe, and we could set criteria, so this could be defined, meaning amount of snow or rain per hour or some length of visibility, that can all be defined so as to not operate in those conditions. But the sensors and computers do work in inclement weather.
My last question, and then I will yield over to my colleague. Who and what is Stantec?
Sure, I can answer that. Jonathan Garrett works for Stantec. Stantec is a leading transportation firm, and they have an office on Church Street in New Haven. And that's how we got to. They have one office in New Haven. They have offices elsewhere. I'll let Jonathan explain more, but they are leading a number of pilots across the country, and they do have a location here right in Church Street.
Yeah, no, that's accurate. So Stantec's a large engineering and architecture firm. We have a global presence, but we have offices and operations all over the country. So yeah, we're locally based. One of our offices in New Haven.
Thank you, Sir Chair.
Alder Roth?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just two additional questions. I'm thinking of the fact, I referenced before, there's a lot of ambulances in the area rushing often to get to the hospitals. And I have concerns if it's on a street that's a single street going 7 to 10 miles per hour and there's an ambulance behind it rushing to get to the hospital, what happens?
Sure, and so far our design is not, oh, hey, Jonathan's camera's working.
Yeah, I got it to work. We're in. All right.
Oh, Jonathan, why don't you take that? I'll just say that the route that's been contemplated has a lot of opportunities for vehicles to go around the vehicle and change lanes.
Yeah, so there are multiple ways for the automated vehicle to communicate with an emergency vehicle. The vehicle could recognize the proximity of an emergency vehicle and simply pull over. That's done through radio communication or cameras, just the optics. It can also be done through what's called a V2V communication. So either over wireless or dedicated short range communication, you can have a dedicated line that communicates with the emergency and transit vehicles in the area to yield the lane or roadway to those vehicles.
So for our vehicles, and you can ask the next group, of course, to fact check us, we have I think it's DSCR communication for V2V, vehicle to vehicle communication. Actually, when we use it, it's called V2I, vehicle to infrastructure communication. It changes the traffic lights green and red for emergency transponders. And there would be a way as well that transponder could also communicate with an autonomous vehicle to let it know that an emergency vehicle is coming up behind it.
Okay, thank you. And then my final question, I appreciate what you said about wanting to be at the table and wanting Michelle Dupre, who's terrific, to be at the table for the discussions. But I mean, is your sense that the city of New Haven, sort of one of the major urban centers in Connecticut, would not have the opportunity to express views on this issue were it not in this pilot program? I mean, I find that hard to believe that we wouldn't still get to weigh in, but maybe that's the case. So any thoughts on that would be great.
Sure, I would say that most of the learning will happen during a pilot. Most of the state's learning will happen during a pilot as well. And if you're not in the room, you're not influencing the pilot. And so from the perspective, from my perspective, and one may disagree or not agree, and is that it's better to be, it's better to, you can ask Jonathan. I'm not all in on this. I'm not, because it's a lot of work and I got a lot of things to do and you all need things from us. And so after going to the Disability Commission, I was convinced that this is worthy of time. And I get really nervous. we still have with everything going on, we still have a lot of blind spots. Everyone still has so many blind spots. It's really hard these days to design empathetically. And it's just best to amplify and lift up voices, right? And having Michelle there, and having the city making sure that a true urban center is represented. The 4 pilots so far, this will help a little too, Alder, which again, your question is super spot on. And, 1 pilot is at Yukon, a private campus road in a farm pasture. 1 pilot is at Windsor Locks. Theoretically, it's going to be on a fairly deserted roadway going from a train station to an airport. 1 is going to be on a private parcel and BL properties in Stamford Center. None of them are going to be in an urban center. None of them are going to be worrying about conditions that we face every day. And I see it time and time again in the traffic engineering world in Connecticut with that, all of our rules and all of our guidelines, even all of our coronavirus stuff is geared towards suburbs, and they just, we need our voices at the table is where I've landed on the topic, on the question, which is a great question.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Roth. I didn't see any more hands up, but before we open it up for public, are there any of our colleagues that are visiting have any questions they'd like to ask? If you do, unmute your mic so we'll know. Nope, seeing none. Mickey, can you, do we have a list of people who are presenting questions?
I'm wondering, do you think there are people in the waiting room that want to talk about this item?
Well, we need to ask.
Okay, they can hear you, I believe.
Or if there's anyone from the public who'd like to comment on this item, please unmute.
They need to raise their hand.
Oh, they raise their hands. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Anyone from the public like to comment on this item, please raise your hand. Anyone from the public who would like to comment, raise your hand. Seeing none. Are we all set on committee?
Yes.
No final questions. And thank you, gentlemen. And we will, at the end of our meeting, make a decision on what we're going to do. Thank you.
Thank you.
And we'll move on to our next item. The second item is the order of the Board of Alders calling for a public hearing on the mayor's plan to eliminate advanced life support services, the paramedics from New Haven Fire Department. Do we have our presenters prepared?
1 second, sir. Bring in Mr. Oliver and Mr. Kimber, who
Okay.
sent the letter to you.
As you bring them in, I'll just make a little introduction that we received a written communication from Mr. Oliver and Reverend Bosie Kimber requesting this public hearing based on their concerns for the mayor's comment regarding eliminating or reducing the ALS system or paramedics from the fire department. And we will hear from Mr. Firefighter Lieutenant Oliver, I believe it is, and Reverend Kimber.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and to the committee. I wanted to come and speak on behalf of the paramedics. I served as a fire commissioner.
Thank you for opening the system.
Go ahead, Reverend.
I served as a fire commissioner for 9 years with the New Haven Fire Department, very active when I was there on the commission. did a lot of things to help promote the fire department and to make sure that Black and brown people were hired during my tenure of 9 years there. So I come to you, the Greater New Haven Clergy Association, we sent Mayor Elicker a letter in reference to support of keeping the paramedics. We did not hear back from him in reference to our letter. I also had a conversation with Scott Jackson in reference to the elimination of the paramedics. I've also had a conversation with Chief Austin in reference to the elimination of the paramedics. Let me begin by saying that my conversation with Scott Jackson was that the city wanted to save $1.6 million, and that they would save $1.6 million if they take the paramedics out of the line of duty. And my question was to them, so have you had contact with a vendor that you were planning on hiring? At this particular time, they did not have a vendor that they were planning to hire. We're thinking that they are planning to turn it over to AMR, that they would be the vendor that would take over the paramedic jobs within the city. We do know that there are 3, and Mr. Oliver would talk about where these units are placed. And so my point is that $1.6 million, they do not know what they're going to do with the money. They have no idea on who they are going to contract with. And so we're taking these units off, $1.6 million. So I'm asking the question, how are you going to deal with this $1.6 million? Well, one of the things that they will do is that the fire department is trying to hire drivers for the battalion chiefs and the deputy chiefs. And I assume that the chief might have a driver too, for everybody else getting a driver. These drivers would drive them around to firehouses, to fires. And they're saying that we need these drivers to do that because, we got to park our car when we get to a fire, park our car. I mean, just nonsense, parking your car. So I'm asking the question, how much is 4 to 5 drivers would cost? One, it would cost about $80,000 a driver, and you're taking them off of the line of duty. I know there's been a lot of deals made with Frank Ritchie in reference to having 69 people and rather having 71, and they saying that, oh, we're going to save money. You're not going to save money. So you got 4 firefighters driving them around on each shift now. So you're gonna have at least 2 shifts a day, and these drivers are going to be driving $80,000. That does not include their benefits, which is probably maybe 59%, maybe 60% of the benefits, which will bring that up to approximately another 40,000. They will be making over $100,000 and some $1,000. That's number one. So you're subtracting that from the 1.6. So we're talking about, $400,000. That leaves us with about, 1.2. So then we're losing money from AMR, because anytime a paramedic ride to the hospital and the back of AMR ambulance, the city gets paid. How much they get paid? I don't know the exact amount they get paid, but they get paid. All right. Then we're talking about we're going to take them off. Listen, it is the Black brown community that will suffer. AMR will come from where? Who knows? It takes our people maybe 4 minutes to get to any site across town, because we got three units that moves in this town. So AMR gets there. There's no paramedic on the truck, and Miss Ruthie is having a heart attack or have had a heart attack. And who is going to administer to her or to him the right things that need to be done? I think that this is just asinine because the city does not have a plan. All they're saying, let's take them off the list. Let's use this money to balance our budget. We must stop trying to balance the budget on the backs of the taxpayers and poor people in this city. It is the poor people that suffer. It is people who don't have a job. It is people who unemployed, don't have a job, don't have health care. And those are the people that are suffering in this city. Why would you take paramedics off during a pandemic? Why would we do that? We got a pandemic going on, and Dixwell, Newhallville, Hill, Fairhaven are the highest units of people that are dealing with this. So we want to take them off with no plan whatsoever. Let me suggest this. Let me suggest that Kenny Oliver, who has done all of the training for paramedics, who is a supervisor there. And so here's this administration, again, want to remove a person of color. All the years that he's trained people, now they want to remove it and say, then the city still have to pay the paramedics, even if they're not acting as paramedics, because they have a 5-year contract still left. Still left. Who is doing the math there? Is it the administration doing the math? Well, I submit to you tonight that they are not adding properly. I would like for this committee to do one thing here, and you can do this. You just gotta be brave enough to do it. I like for this committee to reopen the budget and amend the budget. What the mayor has proposed for the fire department, you can do that. This committee can make that suggestion, get back to the Board of Aldermen and vote on it. I'm asking you to do that tonight with your recommendation. It would be a travesty if we allow these paramedics to be this way. Mind you, 3 years ago, they said, oh, we need more paramedics. We don't have enough paramedics. We need more. We need more. And they hired more paramedics. And now today, we don't need paramedics. We will find ourselves in one of the biggest lawsuits ever. Because guess what? 911, we need a paramedic in Dixwell or Newhallville. Well, AMR is tied up. Guess where they got to come from? West Haven or North Haven. If that person is having a heart attack, that person dies waiting on someone to come from West Haven or someone to come from North Haven. Even West Haven said, I don't want to deal with New Haven. We don't want to come into New Haven because we leave our post, something may happen in our own town. Let's take a real good look at this and to see how we move forward without getting rid of the paramedics. And I don't even think the fire chief want to get rid of the paramedics. I think it's more so the mayor administration wanting to close the budget and at any way possible, even if it causes a life. They want to close this budget on the backs of the people. Be smart. Let this administration be smart and stop begging Yale and everybody for money. Be smart and balance the budget. Figure out how you're going to do it and not do it on the backs of the people. Thank you so very much, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it, and thank the committee for allowing me to speak to you all. And I certainly want to reiterate that you can reopen this budget and that you can amend what the mayor has is trying to do at this particular time. Don't let the blood of the people be on you. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, Reverend Kimber. Mr. Oliver.
Good evening, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes. Good evening.
We can see you too.
Thank you, sir. I want to read something first, and then I'm going to talk, and then if you all decide that you want to ask some questions, I will answer them to the best of my ability. So to the Honorable Board of Aldermen, to the Public Safety Committee on June 16, 2020. Good evening, Honorable Board of Alders. This meeting was requested due to the gravely important issue of Mayor Elicker removing the Advanced Life Support Service from the New Haven Fire Department. The reduction of services will put the citizens of New Haven at risk at large. However, it would also be detrimental to the Black and Brown communities in this city. The data has been accumulated for 2017, 2018, and 2019. It shows an upward trend of the amount of advanced life calls that the New Haven Fire Department paramedics have responded to. For 2017, the total EMS calls for that year were 20,886 calls, which was 80.22% of the fire service workload. 13,642 of those calls were advanced life support calls, 52%. For 2018, the total EMS calls were 23,814 calls, 80.33% of the total workload, and 14,786 of those calls were ALS, which is about 50%. 2019, the total EMS calls were 26,746 calls, about 82.56%. Out of those calls, 16,825 were ALS calls, 51.93%. Clearly, you can see that we have an upward trend over the past 3 years of advanced life support calls that were cared for by our paramedics. If you continue to talk about it, from January 1st, 2020, up until June 11th, and that's when I got the most recent data, all 3 of the units had done about 1,668 assist calls to the hospitals. What that means is an AMR unit showed up with only 2 EMTs, and don't get me wrong, I'm not belittling the EMTs, but there was not a paramedic available. So our paramedics had to get on the back of the ambulance and assist those patients that needed advanced life support to the hospital. So let me just give you some of the numbers. So Emergency Company 1, which is located at Woodward Station, they did 2,266 calls. 316 of those calls were COVID-19 related calls. Emergency 2, which is located at Howard Avenue, did 2,371 calls. 347 of those calls were also COVID-19 calls. Emergency 3, which we just got established on November the 21st, 2019, they did 2,000, and that's in the Dixwell area, 2,371 calls, and 347 of those calls were COVID-19. You can see that the total COVID-19 calls of those 3 units so far this year have been 997 calls. And it's a pandemic. And we're talking about getting rid of the advanced life support. And I know with the MOU, the Memorandum of Understanding, they put a portion in there about pausing. We cannot even afford to pause this service, not even for 1 hour, never mind a day, a week, or a year. We cannot afford to pause this service for 1 minute. Let me give you an example. This summer, while our children are at a park and they get stung by a bee and have an anaphylactic reaction, and there's no paramedic, and the closest paramedic has to come from Orange, what's going to happen to that child? They could be dead in 2 to 3 minutes. How are we going to answer to that? How are we going to answer to that? Let's give another example. We have a 40-year-old male who's having chest pain, having a heart attack because he's working out somewhere in New Haven, calls 911, no paramedic. What will happen to him? He has a heart attack, and any male in their 40s to 50s that has a heart attack, the chances of their survival are very slim because of their age. Older people actually do a little bit better or fare a little bit better. How can we even allow this thought to even happen? I'm speaking as a citizen and a taxpayer of New Haven, realizing that even myself had to use the services of the fire department because I came on the job a good, healthy 35-year-old young man, but over the course of time, I began to develop hypertension that caused me to have congestive heart failure. And I needed the service of my own men. And my own men that took care of me advocated for me to make sure that I had the best care. What if they were not here? I would not be able to be here today to advocate it. There are some members of the community that would also like to testify how the fire department has actually helped them with the advanced life support. How can we even think to do it? Now, I did hear the mayor say that there would not be any reduction of service. So that means his expectation is to outsource this to some company that is going to charge. Let's use a number. Orange, Woodbridge has 1 fly car. The cost is in the general area of $400,000. So if he replaces 3 units from AMR, which could be called somewhere else out of New Haven, that would cost us $1.2 million. Where are the savings? It appears to me that there's not a savings. And as Reverend Kimber mentioned, when the paramedics get on the back of an ambulance, when there's 2 EMTs, we are bundle billing, and that money goes into the general fund. That will also be lost. So now you've increased that 1.2 million to a little bit more. So that 1.6 million is not going to be saved. It's a problem. It's a problem that we are going to risk a life. More importantly, anybody in the city of New Haven, including residents or visitors, that we have not offered this service, we may get sued. Then we're going to really be in a pickle because we did not have the service. Moreover, in order to get rid of this service, the city was supposed to have submitted a form to the state 60 days in advance to have a hearing. And when they had a hearing, they had to come with a plan a presentation of who was going to succeed this service, because you cannot just give up the service. As you can see, I am very, very passionate about it. I've dedicated hours and hours and hours to make sure that our gentlemen are trained, are doing the right thing, and I really have an invested interest in this city to make sure that this EMS system is run properly. I could use some support. I could use more support than I'm getting, but I'm going to work with what I have. Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate all of you listening to me for this very important issue.
Thank you, Mr. Oliver. But there are many people listening. There's over 50 or 60 people in the group here. Can you just explain to them what the fly car is?
Okay, so a fly car would be a car that just has a paramedic on it with advanced life support equipment on it. And so they would come into the city, they would meet up with an ambulance that has two EMTs on it. They would jump in the vehicle and treat the patient. So right now in our system, we have 2 transportable ambulances and 1 fly car. So this plan would be getting rid of the 2 ambulances that we have. And trust me, our ambulances have transported city employees, people off the green, when there was no paramedic available for the city of New Haven from American Medical Response or the surrounding towns and other ambulances. As Reverend Kimber mentioned, West Haven, all 3 districts sent a letter on how concerned they were. And I do know that other towns, North Branford sent a letter in, and I know some other towns, Hamden sent some information in, because doing this system is not just going to affect the city of New Haven, but it's going to affect it region-wide, because we have what we call a mutual aid agreement. So if there's no paramedic available from New Haven or American Medical Response or Hunters or Nelson, and West Haven has a paramedic, by the mutual aid agreement, that paramedic would have to come into New Haven to treat that person. So now you've increased the patient care time, and the outcome of that patient is going to be less than what it would if there had been a paramedic in the city of New Haven.
Thank you. A lot of good information, some of which we didn't hear before, but certainly helpful. Any of our colleagues have questions? Alder Smith.
Thank you, Sir Chair. Thank you, Mr. Oliver, Reverend Kimber, for coming, and thank all of the fire department and paramedics that have been on board with transporting transporting patients to the hospital. I was one of those patients that had to be transported from 34 Middletown Avenue, where they're right down the street from AMR, where AMR was not available. But I also, wanted to hear what the roles were. I understand the roles, but for my colleagues, to let them know the importance between the ALS and the paramedics. I understand the roles that the paramedics are highly trained and skilled medical professionals. They're basically like the next step to a doctor. And I understand that what the paramedic do, they examine, they evaluate, they treat patients with equipment and medication if needed, that is normally found into the hospitals. And to my knowledge of what EMS is, because, I've studied into that, that's just basically you're doing stop and bleeding and CPR. And I think where we stand at, especially myself out here and others, communities that are of need, we have a lot of medical issues that we're facing, asthmatic, obesity, heart problems, diabetic, and so on. And I see where that is very important. And just to wait to come way out to Westville is going to take 14 minutes, 14.4 minutes to come from Middletown Avenue or further, if they're further from there, just to get to where my house is at, versus a 6.5 minute ride from one of these companies that are close to that is nearby that can get to me quicker, that can save my life. So just explain, I don't know, I could be a little bit off, but explain to me a little bit more in depth of how serious that these paramedics really are for the residents.
Okay, thank you for that, Alder Smith. So there's 2 levels that we have in the New Haven Fire Department. We have emergency medical technicians, which is called EMT, which are the basic. Then we have the paramedics. Right now, it takes 2 years for the paramedics to be trained. We carry about 27 to 30 different medications. They have the ability to administer an intravenous line, just like would be done in the ER, and they have ability to carry around a LifePak 15 that they can hook up to a person, tell whether you are having a heart attack, tell where the heart muscle is being damaged, transmit that information to the hospital, stabilize that person, and get them to the hospital in a wonderful time that they can actually save them. Just recently, we had a code save where a person was in cardiac arrest and passed, and our gentleman did an excellent job in reviving them. I got an email that day from our medical director, who is Dr. Daniel Joseph, who is also on this, and he would like to have an opportunity to speak also. Last year at the road race, we had a gentleman that was 63 years old, who was a PhD for Yale, who went into cardiac arrest moments after he began the 5K adult road race. There was a doctor with him who stopped and began to do compressions on him, and but he didn't have any medication with him. Our paramedics, who I had made sure arranged that they would be monitoring this road race, was next to the patient in 1.30 seconds, a minute and a half. They went to work, they got the patient back, he got shocked, he was given the appropriate cardiac medicines, and by the time they got him to the hospital, he was sitting up talking and giving them information so that they can contact his wife and his son, who came into the emergency tent down at the Green, and we had the EOC director tell them what happened to their husband, sent them to the hospital so they could be with him. He went home with his family after a couple of weeks, and the road race committee had a dinner near the end of last year to congratulate the people that assisted in taking care of him and keeping him in this world that he is here today. Thank you.
My last question would be, thank you, Mr. Oliver. My last question would be to Reverend Kimber. I heard you said that the fire department have a 5-year contract.
A 5-year contract that is for paramedics, and they will still have to pay those paramedics, and they will still have to keep their licenses up, and they got to pay for that too. The city.
So you're saying even if the city were to go with another company, that we're still paying for these paramedics?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Sir Chair.
Thank you. Alder Roth, you were next. Then Alder Wingate after you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you both very much for your presentation. I have sort of a few buckets of questions, and I'm sorry for my ignorance, but it would be great to get a little more information about the private companies. I know there's AMR, but are there other ones? How you said sometimes they come and it's just EMTs and not paramedics. What is their staffing model? How big are they overall? How many towns do they cover? When I know sometimes you have to call them because they transport people to the hospital. What is sort of the average time to bring them to the hospital? I guess sort of I'm trying to get a better sense of what their operations are, to know how that would work if we did contract out. So if that wasn't clear, just let me know if you need me to repeat anything.
Nope, I understand what you said. So thank you for those questions. Now, it depends on how many paramedics they actually have on duty that day. Sometimes they have more. In the last 3 years, the trend has been towards the weekend, Friday night, Saturday, and Saturday night. A lot of them have not had many paramedics at all because, you know, those that are senior, they don't want to work the weekends. So they don't work the weekends. Our paramedics are working every day around the clock. We have the 3 units staffed with paramedics. So sometime it may be a 20-minute ride for a paramedic. Sometime it may be more. Just recently in one district, we had a child that fell from a 2nd floor. It took 12 minutes for American Medical Response to get there.
Do they have like set locations in different in all the neighboring towns, or how many locations are they based at, or are they always sort of moving because that's the nature of their job?
Yes, they're constantly moving, and they serve all the surrounding towns. So American Medical Response serves Hamden, North Haven, East Haven, the 3 districts in West Haven, Orange, as far as up to Milford, Woodbridge. So they could be subject to be anything. And if the system is taxed, they really may not be there. There has been times that our transportable units have had to put the patient in their ambulance and transport them because American Medical Response did not have a vehicle available.
And I guess my second set of questions has to do with the training for our own paramedics. Sort of how long does that training take? How many people enter the training and how many complete it? Is there a requirement to stay with this? I assume there's a time cost to the training and a cost. And is there a requirement to stay with the city once that training happens? If you could sort of walk through those issues, that would be great.
So unfortunately, we hired in the last few classes, we hired some paramedics. The work was so stringent, those paramedics, some of them left and went to other towns because the pay might have been a little bit more and the work was a little bit less. Believe it or not, we have one of the busiest systems in the entire state of Connecticut.
And how long, if you hire someone who expresses an interest in being trained, do you hire some people who do not yet have the training, they just have EMT training, and then they enter the program? How long does that take to do the training, and what is the cost?
So if we have someone on the line that decides that they would like to go to paramedic school and the chief's office allows that, it takes about almost 2 years to complete the training. And then they still have to pass the national test in order to get licensed in Connecticut. And that's upwards somewhere between $10,000 and $12,000 for the training. But that number only includes the education portion. It does not include the payback to pay somebody to cover their shifts when they have classes when they are supposed to be working. We had an opportunity about 10 years ago to write a grant that would have paid for us to send 24 people to school, and that would also have covered the overtime. But the chief at that time was not interested in that because he was not interested in EMS as a whole. And unfortunately, that particular chief was on the transition team. So that same atmosphere permeated throughout the transition team. That's a problem.
Thank you. And one final question for now, and then I'll defer to my colleagues. And I guess it goes to the point you were making about the percentage of the calls that require, that are medical and not fire. And I guess sort of stepping back, the MOU, the reason we're sort of got into the bind of the question of what to do. To save, the idea of saving money by allowing us to reduce to the 69 if we get rid of the medical, that's sort of all premised on the fact that 72 is a magic number. And I guess my question for you is, given the fact that 80% of the calls are medical, does it seem logical to revisit the whole model and say, is that really the number we should be using? Should it be a different number? And that way you could still keep the medical, but have a lower number overall and save the money through having less firefighters who are more focused on fire suppression.
Well, that would be a question for you to ask the chief of the department. I cannot address that. That would be a question for my chief to address. And however it is, remember that we still have a contract, and so that contract requires them to have a certain amount of thing. You can also speak that question with our assistant chief of operations, who is also in the room, and I believe he also is looking for an opportunity to speak.
Can you tell them how many paramedics we have in the city?
Right now we have 38 paramedics. A few of those paramedics are officers. We have 30 gentlemen on the line.
Thank you very much. That was very helpful to hear your responses.
Are you all set, Alder Roth? Just before we go over to Alder Wingate, for Ken Oliver, are all firefighters required to pass at least an EMT course before they're certified?
That is correct, sir. In order to be on this job and stay on, you have to become an EMT. We hired a class last year, and in November, right after Thanksgiving, I began a training class for 21 students that I had to train to become EMTs. One reason why I'm still here is because I wanted to see it through that these young people actually passed the National Registry. Thank the Lord, the good Lord, that we're down to only 2 people left that need to pass the national test. I'm waiting for the results of one of them right now. And they have to become an EMT, and they have to hold that EMT certification for the entire time that they are on the job.
Thank you. Alder Wingate.
Thank you, Chair. How you doing tonight, Reverend? How you doing, Kenny Oliver? I just want to start off with saying thank you for the tireless effort that you've been doing in the training and the modeling of what you've been doing. I'm almost like a little veteran on the board now. I've been around for the last 8 years, so I saw when you started doing the training and moving things forward. So first of all, I want to say thank you to that. And boys, your history with the fire department is phenomenal. You know, just listening to the numbers, you know, it's almost like we're trying to balance lives in the midst of a budget. And we can't be doing that. This is not what we should be doing right now. In a pandemic, coronavirus.
Agreed, sir.
Right. I had a fire on Saturday in my ward and on Willis Street. Thank God there was nobody actually injured or hurt, but I couldn't imagine someone trying to come from West Haven. I couldn't imagine someone trying to come from another town, trying to really, really rescue my constituents, right? That already have supported with a letter stating that they don't want to be a part of that, right? And I would ask that you give those letters to the chair, right? So we can have them on record, so we can have them on file as we move forward on what we're doing tonight. But I just want to say, I think that we really, really, really need to take a real hard look at this, because this is not the time to be changing this. And I'm tired of us, on the Black and brown people. We gotta say less to get what we need. I'm tired of that. So I stand in support of what you're trying to do tonight.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. And I did want to let you know that I did send a copy of those letters to the public testimony email that is required. So you could get those. If you have not received them, I will personally make sure that the board does get those letters.
Thank you so much.
That's all your question?
That's all I have right now. I'll yield to my colleagues.
Thank you. Any other, Alder Crespo?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to say that I have to agree with my colleague, Alder Wingate. I certainly think that it is important that
this is Commissioner Smith. Can you hear me now?
Sorry, I'm having I believe that it is something that we need for our community. We certainly need that in every community in the city. And according to how Kenneth has demonstrated and articulated, as well as Dr. Kimber, I think that this is essential for our community, and we have to certainly look at the best interest of the entirety of the community. And I believe that we need it at this moment. So I stand in support as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield back.
Thank you. Thanks for the comment. Any other committee members have questions? That's right, Alder Haywood. Unmute, please.
Okay, I got it. Thank you. I really want to give them a compliment. I live in Bella Vista, and the fire department is here all the time. The fire department gets here first. When I got off the bus today, a man had fell in front of the store and was having a heart attack. The fire department got here first to him before the EMS truck. I cannot even fathom a paramedic not being on the fire truck. I can't think of that. As many times that they have to come out here, and the elderly are having problems breathing, are having heart attacks. I just want to give them some praise for the job that they do. And I'm surely in agreement with them staying on the truck. There's got to be a way for that to happen. It's like another 3 minutes before the ambulance, before medical gets here. The fire department always get here first. This is a big complex. And I can't imagine waiting for someone to come from North Haven or West Haven out here to Bella Vista to try to save somebody's life. I can't imagine. I stood there today while they assessed the man and hooked him up to the EKG machine and everything. So now if this man wasn't on the fire truck, what would have happened? Would this elderly man have died right there in front of the store? So at this point, you know, at this point, I'm with the fire department. No doubt, we definitely need to have paramedics on the definitely need. And I speak for Bella Vista because that's where I'm at, and that's what I see. I see them here first. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Haywood. Any other questions from committee members? Seeing none, I want to open the floor to our visiting alders. I think Alder Edwards, you had a question?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I had a general question. It was stated that we have about 38 on staff currently that can provide ALS services. Is there a minimum staffing number or level that we're supposed to hit for a city of our size with that paramedics or ALS services number?
I do not believe that according to the regulations, there's supposed to be a limited number, but the more the merrier. I proposed about 10 years ago that every class that we hired, we should hire at least 10 paramedics. However, that did not happen. And it's very unfortunate because if we had paramedics, and one of the proposals was even paramedic engine companies, you would get people out the door trying to come to New Haven, because that means they would have an opportunity to not only work on the paramedic unit and save lives, they would also have the opportunity as they wish to fight fires. And New Haven, which still is the Mecca for people wanting to come here, we have people that have come across the state that would like to work in our department. We were the premier department one time, and I want to see it again like that, and it should be.
Thank you. I did have one other question, Mr. Chair. As far as the parameters and approval process of who gets to go to paramedic school once a request is made, how is that determined by the chief?
So you would have to question him, but in the past that has come from the third floor. And what the third floor would do was look at a person's work history. They would also look at their EMT education. I did have a hand at one point in the process. Some of our premier paramedics that we had on the job, I wrote the letters of recommendation for them to receive the training from what is now called Yale EMS Education Center. And I was glad to be a proud of that. We actually have a young paramedic on there now named Mr. Eli Rosario. And I was fortunate enough to write his letter of recommendation. He actually did very well. He recently got his medical control from the medical director sometime last year, and he has done such an excellent job. I've gotten several emails from the medical director on some of the work that he has done. I am really very, very proud of him because he is part of the Hispanic community, and he has really been a boon to the fire department, working out of the Hill and working other places.
Thank you. And Mr. Chair, may I ask one other question? I don't know if I need to request this through you, the chair, but I'm curious as to the chief's stance on this issue and where our chief stands on this whole issue of possibly outsourcing our paramedics. And I don't know if I need to request that information through you or if they're going to speak up on that tonight. And that will be my final question for right now.
If you give us a couple minutes, I believe the chief is in the room and we'll be calling them up next.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from committee members or visiting alders? Alder Roth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just two more questions. One, I just want to follow up on something Mr. Oliver said to make sure I understood it correctly. It sounded like there had been the idea to cross-train people, so someone could be both a paramedic and do the firefighting. If you could let me know if I misunderstood that, but if that was correct, what would be the opposition to that? That sounds like a good approach.
So there is no opposition. That is currently the training now. When they come into our fire department, if they are already trained as a paramedic and are licensed and have medical control, they're at the academy for the months that they are required to learn the fire training. And when they leave and go into the firehouse, they are both trained as a firefighter and they already have the training as a paramedic. If they come on the job and they do not have the EMT training, they do the fire training first. And then after they are completed the fire training, those that are not EMTs have to stay and have to become and take the EMT course, which I have been teaching over the last 5 years. So the last 5 years of EMTs, fortunately, have been part of my baby, if you could say that, or my work to make sure that the city of New Haven are treated at excellent at both levels, the EMT level and the paramedic level.
Thank you. And just my final question is, how does the payment work when someone is brought to the hospital? Is it AMR? Like, does AMR get paid? If I know sometimes a New Haven paramedic attends, and in that case, New Haven gets a reimbursement. I mean, I guess if you could just walk through that model and how much we currently get from that.
So if there is 2 EMTs on American Medical Response Unit and they need a paramedic, our paramedics get on the vehicle, they continue the patient care that they initiated on scene, and they ride to the hospital with that patient. American Medical Response does the billing, and then we get a portion of that. Per year, it could be anywhere between $100, $150, and $200,000. Part of my job when I took the job is to make sure that our gentlemen were writing their reports with excellence so that we were able to garner as much as we could from American Medical Response.
And it's the only thing that prohibits us from being the ones who take people to the hospital is just person power. We don't, if the time to take someone to the hospital, then you're not free if there's another incident. I assume that is why AMR has to come for that role.
No, the issue is American Medical Response has the R2, and what the R2 means is they have the transporting rights to transport in the city of New Haven. We have the R5, which means we have the rights of the paramedic service in the city of New Haven. And it would be an awful, egregious mistake for us to give up that R5 license.
Would we want the R2 license though, or no?
We would like to have it, but at this point, we probably will never get it. It will take a long time to do it. I do know that the city of Milford wrestled with American Medical Response and was able to get that, but it was a long, drawn out court process.
Do you know how much Milford now gets a year from having that responsibility? How much it earns?
I do not at this point.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Alder Roth. Mickey, we have a visiting Alder Rodriguez. Carmen Rodriguez would like to ask a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So am I correct in saying that there was a letter received that they did not want to come into New Haven? Is that what was said previously from other towns?
Yes, West Haven sent a letter. The letter came on May 26th. It went to Mayor Elicker. It was also CC'd to me. I did present that letter to the public testimony so that you all could have a copy of that letter in the record. I do not know if you want me to read it or the chair wants me to read it. That would be your choice.
Well, Mr. Chair, unless you want it read, I just wanted to be clear that someone actually sent a letter saying that they wouldn't come into New Haven. And so I just want to make my second comment on that, if I can, Mr. Chair.
Well, they said that they did not want to, but they didn't say that they would not, because they are actually bound to response by the mutual aid agreement that we already have.
Okay, and again, just to finish, my concern was, I understand that they would respond because it's in the mutual contract, you said?
Yes, it's a mutual aid agreement that we have with surrounding towns.
All right. So my concern again was you received this letter, which makes me feel uncomfortable because you're not wanting, but it's a mutual contract. So how well are our residents going to be taken care of? That is my question. You sign up for something, whether you're a fireman, a doctor, or whatever, to promote health and help people stay alive so we can get them to the hospital. So I'm just going back and forth in my mind saying you may have to come into the city of New Haven. How well are you going to treat my neighbors, our city folks? And so I'm having a really hard time grasping that how good are you going to do your job? And I don't want to open a can of worms, but I want to ensure that anyone that comes into town doesn't put a letter out there. You're bound by something, but that should have never been written. Again, our city is important. I heard both of you, and so we have to make sure that you do right by our New Haven residents and the health, and to get them to the hospitals and not wait on anyone. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Rodriguez. And I believe our last one is Alder Festa had a question.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Oliver, for your presentation. I think you guys know how much I love the New Haven Fire Department. My question is actually in revenue, and you did mention some numbers. I'm just concerned about who bills on our side, on the city side, and where does the funding go?
So American Medical Response bills, and we do what we call bundle billing, and that money comes in and it goes into the general fund.
So it doesn't go back to the fire department for the services rendered by them, by you?
It does not. I've been fighting for that for 5 years. I was told at one point to mind my business, but I still advocate that it should go back into the fire budget, and moreover, it should go back into the EMS budget.
And you did mention numbers. Can you just tell us again how much revenue is generated through the ALS program?
So it's never the same, but sometimes it's anywhere between 100, 150, and 200,000, depending on the year. Now that we have 3 units transporting, I am anxious to see how it is going to end up this coming at the end of this calendar year.
And just for clarification, who bills? Is it someone from the fire department, or is it someone from the CAO's office?
It's someone from American Medical Response. So if that patient was treated with advanced life support, then the billing is for an advanced life transport. And then we get a portion, and I am unclear as to what the portion is. Those checks are usually picked up and handled by our director of EOC, Mr. Rick Fontana. So that would be a better question to ask him if he's in the room.
Okay, and that's what I wanted to hear, who from the city side actually receives payment and how it is addressed from there. So thank you, and thank you, Mr. Chair. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Alder Festa. At this point in time, we'd like to have our staff bring in I believe the CAO is in the room, the fire chief. And I don't know if they have anyone else with them.
They do. Will give me a second. Let's see.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to be excused. You've heard from me, you've heard from Kenny, but I would, before being excused, Mr. Chairman, I would like to reiterate reopening the budget and amending it when it comes to the fire department, and that the mayor would certainly propose something else besides taking the paramedic, and just leave the fire department alone. Figure out, what he wants to do and how he wants to do it. And Mr. Chairman, you and Bryant, I appreciate both of you. I think y'all probably need to put me back on the fire department to bring some, as a commissioner, to bring some order. Y'all have a good one, man. Take care.
Thank you, Reverend. Okay, let's see. We have Chief Alston. We have Mr. Scott Jackson, Assistant Chief Vendetto, and the Director of Emergency Management, Rick Fontana. To each introduce yourselves, give your address as
John
well.
Alston, 952 Grand Avenue, New Haven, Connecticut, 06511.
Scott Jackson, Chief Administrative Officer, 467 Hartford Turnpike, Hamden, Connecticut.
Good evening, Rick Fontana, 66 Wedding Green Lane, Orange, Connecticut, Emergency Management Director.
Mark, 952 Grand Avenue, New Haven, Connecticut, 06511, Assistant Chief Operations.
All right, we ask that since we're all city employees, the public is certainly entitled to see your faces during this meeting. So if you can turn on your cameras, we'd appreciate it. And who would like to start?
I haven't been given the option to turn the camera on. All I have is a microphone icon. So whoever's in charge, you can give me.
Okay, we'll get that working.
Interesting.
You could start in the meantime, Chief, if you're the one starting.
All right. So in the interest of time, I had prepared a statement, but I am so happy that Kenneth Oliver, a passionate and professional advocate for EMS and emergency medical services in the city of New Haven, and a concerned citizen, was so eloquent in terms of providing technical information. And so I was writing notes with some of the questions, so I wanted to make sure I capture your questions. If I miss any of the alders' questions, please just repeat them for me, and I'll make sure that I provide an answer to you. I want to say good evening to the chair, Alder Antunes, and the vice chair, Alder Wingate, and the rest of the alders that are part of the committee and visiting as well. One of the things that we have not talked about, and I'll get down into the pertinent issues and items, the highlights, if you will. But something else that we have to look at. In all fairness, I'm not here to poke at any person. I look at process. Since you've hired me, that's what I do. And what we had to do in a short amount of time, and no one is talking about this COVID emergency, was to maintain a high level of care with cost reduction, and to balance that somehow, because fire services we have to pay for, but there are other city services that we have to pay for. So when we're at the table battling for these dollars, when you're sitting with the superintendent of schools and the chief of police and all the other departments that make us a city, we're all battling for dollars. And so when you're trying to do that as a new administration right into a pandemic, there are a lot of times that we're not able to meet and flesh out some of the smaller items that are attached to something like this. This is a multifaceted system. It is a connection within the region. It is, and I heard, so I might jump around a little bit, but I have to go with the last thing I heard, because that's who I am. I know, Alder Rodriguez, you had concerns about our regional partners and neighbors not coming in. It wasn't that they did not want to. If you read the letters, I want to put them into context. The letters state that with their limited resources and how busy we are in the city of New Haven, their fear was that their resources would spend more time in New Haven and not be able to protect their own citizens. And that's a concern that I can understand. I've had conversations with the surrounding chiefs. We've talked about this issue. They are fully supportive. They understand their responsibilities under mutual aid, whether they're coming in for fire or whether they're coming in for medical. So that's not the issue. It wasn't that they did not want to come in and not treat the citizens of New Haven. It was about a resource allocation issue. So when you try to maintain a high level of quality care, you have to pay for it. Let's just call it what it is. You have to pay for it. And so coming into a COVID emergency, we're now seeing the resurgence of our opioid emergencies. We must understand that to change or modify our service delivery system, and I've been an advocate, and you all have been, I've been before this committee a few times. I've pushed to increase our ALS or paramedic services. I was very proud and happy that we were able to negotiate getting a third paramedic unit in the Dixwell, Newhallville area, which also cuts down our time into Westville. So there has never been a discussion about eliminating ALS service. So I want to clear up some of the misinformation. That was never the discussion. The discussion was, could we do it better? Could we do it the same and reduce costs? And that's what was happening while we were trying to balance a budget and during the COVID emergency. All right, so we need to put those things into context. We must also look at the cost associated with a contract. We negotiated a contract at the fall of last year with items in it and with an MOU, a staffing MOU, that would allow us to reduce our staffing from 72 to 69. That would include us beginning the process of having paramedic engines. So not only having 3 paramedics in the city, but we would have 10 paramedic units riding the engine companies. That's where we were looking to make our savings. So not only eliminating those 3 buggies that are on the outside, but to spread that resource citywide. All right, that has to be negotiated. And so we came up with a number of obtaining 60 paramedics to do so. We have 37 paramedics now, and there are several things that are tied to that agreement. There were officers who, once they were promoted, would never do paramedic work again due to their current assignment, but we were still paying them. We negotiated that after we grandfathered the last 2 or 3, I believe. I just have to go back to our notes. And Chief Vendetta, I appreciate you staying on late tonight to assist if I missed something, that if you don't do the work, you don't get the money. But again, we were negotiating that based on a 5-year plan that we were going to be phasing it out. All right. We still wanted to maintain the high level of care. The question came up about AMR doing transport. They own the transport license. It'll be very tough to get that license. One, you'd have to negotiate that. But the other part of it, there are some ancillary costs that go with that as well. Now you would have to take over vehicles. You would have to pay someone to do that billing. It's fuel, it's pharmaceuticals. There are all kinds of costs that are associated with taking over or something like that to provide transport. So we have our own 2 transport units. When I first got here, there was a rule or a measure that we could not, the city of New Haven couldn't transport unless we had to wait for an ambulance, I believe 12 to 15 minutes. Kenny Oliver has been phenomenal. We've talked several times since I've been here. I convince him to stay every year. He wants to retire. I convince him every year because he is a powerful and passionate and professional person. We agreed and we told AMR, we're never going to wait for us to transport a citizen in the New Haven area. If we're waiting for an ambulance, it's critical. We're going to transport. So we have a working relationship with them. When you talk about the revenue side, you have to look at our population and the calls that we're going on. When you're going on these calls, it's not like you're always going to find a victim with private insurance. Many of our calls, we're getting people who are on Medicaid and Medicare, and those fees are set and fixed. So you're not going to get, you're really not going to generate the revenue that people think if we take over a system, are we going to now begin to take all those dollars in? But there are not a lot of dollars. AMR is a commercial entity. They're not the only one. There are several different private corporations that provide emergency medical care. So when we look to modify or possibly change a system, that would have to be negotiated. So you would look at an RFP that would go out or some type of negotiation for that. Our current status right now is that we have 3 paramedics, paramedic units, excuse me, and we have 38 paramedics. My goal when I was hired to come to this city, I was given specific instructions to increase the number of folks from the city of New Haven to give them opportunities to get onto the fire department. That's an arduous task, but we've been making that. The other portion of that, in meeting with Kenny Oliver when I first got here, I said, what would be the optimal number? We would hire 10 paramedics a year. So our first list, we were able to hire 5. There are folks that want to ride paramedic units and only paramedic units, but when you come to New Haven, you have to be a paramedic, a firefighter paramedic, because we're going to put you in that building. It's attractive to come to New Haven because you're going to, as you say, cut your teeth, as it were. You're going to get premium experience. But we also negotiated in the contract because since I've been here, I lost 3 paramedics to other towns because the work was less and there was more money, more benefits. So we negotiated in the contract that if we hire paramedics now, they automatically on hire, when they complete the academy, they would go to the second step to make it more attractive. There is a shortage of paramedics nationwide. But what we found is that many paramedics would like to come to fire departments because when they work for corporations, the paramedics, many times they'll either stick them in a fly car or an individual unit, or they'll stick them on the ambulance. Well, I've had some people who signed up to be paramedics who never thought they'd have to drag John Austin's behind down a three flights of stairs. So if they know if they're riding a fire engine or a paramedic engine, they're riding it with 4 other people, the workload is lighter, the stress load is lighter. So it's an attractive proposition. In negotiating the contract, I have to go back to that, we were looking to phase in either maintaining 3 paramedics, or if we wanted to drop our minimum staffing number to reduce costs, we would absorb the paramedics into our regular suppression force, but we would also have to increase our number to 60. Part of that negotiation was currently lieutenants and captains do not do paramedic work. Well, part of the agreement was if we go to 60, I get to count them too because they're on that piece of apparatus. So that would help me to get to that goal at that time. As I've said before, this was a multifaceted, extended process. However, inheriting the budget that the administration has inherited, there are some tough choices that you have to make. And when you start to do that, you have to be concerned with maintaining quality and also cost reduction. I'm going back to my notes. I remember Dr. Kimber, and I apologize that he's gone. He mentioned that if we go to this system, the new system, that we would pick up drivers. Well, these firefighters are not drivers. It is one of their functions, but they're actually incident management technicians. As I have said since I've been here, I read line of duty deaths for firefighters, how firefighters die in fires, what types of fires they're responding to. The top critical deaths, causes of death for firefighters are poor communication and lack of accountability. Lack of accountability. And so we have instituted, and with the assistance of Chief Vendetta, who heads up the program, we have a software program that I've spoken to this group about before, where we're keeping accountability of our members. We're training our members how to track our members. So that person is not only driving, they're providing a little safety overlook for us, accountability, and coordination. They're assisting that chief because there's a lot going on. The one day we were at that fire on Saturday, and I appreciate you coming out and meeting with your constituents and meeting with the firefighters. It's always important. Yeah. But you know how much activity was going on in that time that you were there. Absolutely. Think about that one person out there trying to manage those 30 to 40 firefighters and trying to know where they are and what they're doing. You have to have someone to assist. All right, that's just how it needs to be. So we negotiated that. When you look at this system that we were transitioning to, and like I said, we weren't eliminating, we're transitioning to, you have to be concerned about the response time. Right now, our average response time is 4.5 minutes. You remove any element of that, you're going to increase our time maybe to 8 minutes. That's a long time. 4 minutes is a long time when you can't breathe and you're on the ground. But again, we have the assurances that we are working to maintain the system that we have, the level of care that we have, and try to reduce costs. And that takes some planning. While we've been involved in this COVID planning and coordination, while we've been involved in this COVID emergency, it has been very hard to focus on that updated plan. We have a current plan, but again, we have to submit a plan on any changes that we make to the Department of EMS at the state level, 60 days prior to any change, and it has to be approved, and there has to be a public hearing. So what I'm saying to you is that July 1 is not a waterfall issue. It's not a waterfall event. We are going to maintain the system that we have until we have a system in place to transition to. But I appreciate the passion of Kenny Oliver. I appreciate the passion of Dr. Kimber, because it brings this conversation to the forefront. And you as the alders and as the administration, we determine what type of system of delivery for emergency medical that we're going to have. We are being transparent about that. But if you want it, you've got to pay for it. That's the bottom line. You've got to pay for it. And this is not a system to make money. I heard the comment earlier by Kenneth Oliver when he said that he wished the money would come back to, I'm sorry, I see a text that said they couldn't see the presenter. I do not have the option to turn my camera on for whatever reason. All I have is the microphone icon. I have no other way to put even my picture up. I don't have that. So whoever's running the meeting, if you can, however you can fix that, I'd appreciate that. So when Kenny Oliver talked about he would love to get the bundled billing, that's at $150,000 to $200,000 annually. I would love to get the money that Yale pays for fire and emergency medical services. That's $3 million that goes into the general fund. So if we're going to be clear on roles and responsibilities and what we're paying for, then any of those, in my inspection fees, any of those dollars that are coming in that are either generated or associated with my department, then those monies should be reflected in my budget. And if that's the case, then we would be saving money. We would be able to pay for our overtime. I'll get off that soapbox for a minute because I see the frowns on some of the faces. I apologize. And I would question Kenny Oliver. The only thing I was going to correct with him is that we are a premier department. We are a premier department. We provide the highest level of emergency medical services in the state. Hartford is trying to get paramedic services. I know their chief very well. He's a good friend of mine. There's a letter in the mayor's office right now because they want paramedic service, because we can deliver that service within 4.5 to 5 minutes anywhere in the city. But it's going to cost. Survivability is important in terms of making sure that a person has that advanced life support. So I'll just give you a quick analogy or an example. The basic life support that every firefighter that we have that's an EMT can provide is to stop the bleeding, start the breathing, and treat for shock. When a person needs advanced life support, they work under the direction of the emergency medical director at the hospital. They are the eyes, ears, hands, and medicine of that emergency room doctor. And so when you look at our population and our demographics, we know that our younger population, those that have pre-existing medical conditions, and our elderly are the most vulnerable. And where do we find them in our city? We find them everywhere, but do we find clusters? Yes, we find clusters. And so that's why it was important for us to have 3 paramedic units right away. It took 2 years to get it, but we negotiated and we got it. As I said, I do not see this getting cut off July. We couldn't turn the faucet off if we wanted to. There has to be a transition period. I'm just looking at my notes to make sure I don't miss anything. Alder Roth, you had 2 questions. One was Alder Roth wanted to lower the number. I think I addressed that, lowering the number of from 72 to 69. And we provide the highest level of care. I'm going to stop there and just ask, I know the CAO is in the room, but if Chief Vendetto, since you can see him, Chief, did I miss anything? Anything that you'd like to comment on before we take questions?
Chief, you got most of it. I'd just like to comment on Alder Roth's statement. Alder, you are correct. There is a huge advantage in a person being trained as a firefighter and as a paramedic. It is a great advantage to be able to do both, and a cost saving to have somebody who can do both jobs. So when you're bringing that point up, that is a kudos. That is exactly true. It is a cost saving to have somebody to be able to do both jobs. The City of New Haven is a premier department. We understand as leadership that we have to be financially conservative to the citizens. We do have to answer to them. We understand that, but we do have to deliver that high level of service. And the medics give us that. ALS does give us that. To be able to provide that to the citizens is key. But we understand that we have to come up with a financially fiscal plan that would be sound to the citizens also. That's all I have.
In the interest of time, I'll take questions, and whoever reset me after I spoke, thank you.
For colleagues, members of the committee, are there any questions at this point? Not seeing any hands. Alder Roth is up first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you both very much for presenting. Just a few questions. One, I mean, we've heard about the large number of calls that we as a city respond to for medical calls. And I guess I'm still not clear on what the capacity of AMR, or you mentioned there are other private companies, I mean, to handle that volume of extra calls, or what analysis has been done to feel comfortable with that?
Can I share the screen? Can someone allow me to share the screen?
Unfortunately, no, you not share the screen.
Okay, so let me just, okay, no worries. So I'll just make this, so in 2019, and I'll just break it into percentages. For the medical calls that we went on, 16,825, so 41% of our calls were ALS calls. 9,921 of them were 24% of our runs were BLS calls. Of the total, 21% was handled by AMR. It means it was AMR only, meaning that it wasn't an advanced life call. It may have been that our units were already dispatched, or in our dispatching system, there are certain low priority calls that AMR will pick up so that we don't send, everyone says, oh, you send a fire engine everywhere. No, we don't. There are certain calls that are low priority that AMR will pick up. But again, that was still 21% of the volume. 83% of my workload, our workload, is medical. It's medical. And 52% of that 80% is ALS, paramedic.
Chief, just for those who may be listening and don't know the acronyms, can you just clarify ALS and BLS for them?
Sure. BLS is basic life support, which is an EMT certification. ALS is advanced life support, and that's a paramedic certification.
Thank you.
Yeah. And I appreciate you walking through that, but I guess sort of my actual question was, do you feel confident that there is extra capacity in private contractors to take up those ones that we have had to respond to with our own paramedics?
So study-wise, there's not been a study on whether they can or not. We tried to pay for a deployment study last year, and no one took us up on it. We're in the process now. Chief Indetto and I have been working on a project of making sure that our folks are coding the calls that they're going on, when we're canceled, when we ride into the hospital, to quantify that information so that we can, based on other towns that are paying for it. So they're paying for a designated paramedic unit to be in the city and respond. Yeah, I can give you a cost analysis. It's about $350,000 to $400,000 per.
Yeah, and I wasn't so much asking the cost, it was more the capacity. If all these other towns are using this resource and suddenly we're going to be calling upon that resource ourselves, are they going to have to expand to be able to absorb our extra needs? I sort of would like to see data, and that maybe through the chair, any existing information I think would be really helpful to have.
Absolutely. I do know this portion, and I hope this answers it. When you pay for that service, it's a contracted service. So technically they're a corporation, they would expand the capacity. So you would, if you pay for it, they have to be here. They have to respond to New Haven. But I would want to weigh in a few caveats. I would want to make sure that we as a department and city, which we've had discussions with the mayor about this, to make sure that we maintain quality assurance and quality control. So this was not something to come in and say, we're going to throw the switch July 1. This is a goal that we're working towards.
If I can piggyback just a moment, Mr. Chair and Alder Roth. QA/QC is a critical component to whatever we do from here. Whatever we do, QA/QC has to be a critical component to that because we're providing a service that means lives.
Thank you. And just two more questions. One is sort of a follow-up to a question or a statement made in the first round about that we would still pay people for the remaining time of their contract. Is that because they are cross-trained, so they still would stay in their role, or would people jobs end, but we'd still be paying people under a contract? I was a little confused by that, so if you can just walk through how that would work.
Sure. So the goal of the contract and the spirit of the contract was anyone that's not doing paramedic work would cease to be paid for it, whether through promotion or not maintaining their certification. But again, that was a 5-year agreement. So even if we eliminate paramedic work, the contract still says we have to pay those stipends.
And the amount that gets and what is the amount per year? Okay,
so there are two separate amounts. There's one is continuing medical education credits. So they can be either on a 2-year cycle or 4-year cycle. But the big chunk is $2,985. It's paid out in August for everyone who maintains their paramedic certification. In the new contract, when you're promoted to battalion chief or deputy chief, you lose that. And also, I believe if you don't maintain it after 10 years, but Chief Vendetto can answer that for me.
Yeah, they have a right to turn in their card after 10 years, but if they maintain it, have medical control, then they would be entitled to the medical incentive.
But so just to clarify, it's not a whole salary that we continue to pay for someone who's not doing a job. It's this continuing education credentialing money.
Correct, because they're still fighting fires. Yeah.
Yeah, that was my understanding. I just wanted to make sure I had that straight. And my final question, and I appreciate Chief, I think you tried to answer it. My question, I think, was actually slightly different. About the MOU. And I guess I know in the past you've talked about the need for a staffing study, that then there was no one, we didn't get people to bid on it at the amount offered. An MOU was signed last July, I believe, that was not part of the contract we as a Board of Alders voted on. And that was premised on the idea of 72 being a number, while no staffing study was done. I sort of feel like right now we're caught in this struggle of, in order to get to 69, the only way that are we in a false premise? Do we really need, given that 80% is medical, it does seem that having the paramedics is very, very important, but could we keep them and have a lower number overall? And so it seems to me part of the conversation really should be, should that MOU be revisited so that we can both meet these critical medical needs and have the cost savings? So it would be interesting to know your thoughts on that. Thank you.
Sure. So the original MOU, as we negotiated, actually went down to 65, but that was negotiated out if we got rid of ALS completely, which I'm just not for. The 72 to 69, though, was not giving up paramedics. It was actually increasing them and putting them on the engine companies. So we would have moved from 72 to 69, lowering our overall staffing number. That was a cost savings, but we would increase the number of paramedics citywide. Every firehouse would have a paramedic riding in the city.
I could just add one thing in for the chief. Yeah, so with these 69 ALS engines, I've been a very big proponent of it. We can actually do a lot more with actually less. So we could reduce that number from 72 to 69 and actually increase the amount of medics that we put on the street from 3 to 10. So we have it actually increase our service.
Yeah, no, and I appreciate that. And it sounds like, unfortunately, the training makes that a hard thing to meet. I guess I still wonder if the 72 number, without any staffing study, I do feel strongly, if you look at neighboring cities in Connecticut, they have a lower ratio of that number to the number of residents. And so given all it just seems like an important thing to revisit, and it wasn't something that did have to go before this board. So I just wanted to state that. Thank you.
Comparable city, a Hartford size city to ours, they actually have a higher level of staffing.
Yeah, I think Bridgeport and Stamford have lower, and I think the national throughout New England, the statistics are quite a bit lower. So, but appreciate it that noted that Hartford is higher. Thank you.
And we're busier.
And we do provide the medical service where Bridgeport does a different level of medical service.
All set, Alder Roth? Just a question for the chiefs, I guess would be the easiest. In New Haven County, so can we assume that the majority of the other towns depend on commercial ambulance service for most of their medical calls as opposed to fire?
So no, several towns, due to their size and their agreements, they have their own transports. Most recently, North Haven was able to get their own transport license, what we call a PSA. They were able to get that back to the city. So it varies from city to city. The major concern in our region, though, even though AMR is the principal provider in this area, was that under a mutual aid agreement, if we needed help, those other departments are duty bound to assist us. Their concern was the workload in New Haven is so high that they would deplete their own resources.
Right. I understood that part. Familiar with the help we get from other towns. As a matter of fact, I think the fire department used it more so than even police department has over the years. I have one other question for the CAO, Mr. Jackson. It didn't appear to me, I mean, I'm not one of the experts on the budget, but it didn't appear to me that the mayor was actually saying that he was going to cut the ALS portion of the paramedics. Can you clarify that for many of the people? Because it seems to be a lot of confusion on it.
Absolutely. So what was written into the budget was a proposal to essentially analyze whether or not a removal of the ALS proportion could save the taxpayer of the city of New Haven money. So we know that Bridgeport doesn't do it. We know Hartford doesn't do it. We know that big cities in Connecticut don't do it, and we do. And it's a higher level of service. So is there a way to reconstruct this service in a way that it does not take away the public safety components of what we provide, but be able to provide it at a cost savings? So that's where we were in early March, and then we hit COVID, and we've been so hyper focused. But we got to get back to it, and I appreciate you putting together this meeting so that we could have a conversation on it. But we are absolutely 90 to 100 days behind from where we expected to be on the day that the budget was delivered.
All right, so the intent from the mayor's office, was it to cut this or to just review it as a possible option somewhere down the line? That's what I want to get to.
Oh yeah, I mean, I think it's I think the intention is absolutely to make every effort to save taxpayer dollars while providing equivalent services. That was the absolute intent, but built into that was sort of a ramp up, and that ramp up is the thing that got kind of thrown off track. It is the mayor's intent to seek and to present in a public and transparent way other options to provide ALS service and allow community participants and community leaders to engage in that conversation and say, well, what is it that we want the system to look like?
Okay, good. But see, the new keyword of this millennium is best practice. So because Hartford, Bridgeport, and Waterbury don't do it, New Haven can be the standard for best practice.
Absolutely.
Certainly, and so that becomes part of the community dialogue. But as Chief Austin said earlier, there are certain things that you have to pay for. And so if we have this conversation and we say, you know what, this is our best practice and this is what it costs, and we're going to pay for that, then that is a community conversation that is worthwhile. But we have to understand, what we're doing and how we're moving forward collectively.
Right, and that's why we're here. Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Any other colleagues, committee members? I see Alder Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just heard Mr. Jackson spoke on best practice. I don't think it's a best practice of us as a city to jeopardize the residents' lives. So I support to reopen this and to revisit this. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Any other questions from committee members? No questions from committee members. Open it up to our visiting alders. Any of our colleagues not on the committee would like to ask any questions? I don't see any. Mick, do you see any? No. All right, then at this time, we can open it up to public. Any participants?
Alder Walker Myers has her hand up, Mr. Chair.
She does.
Yes.
There you are.
Thank you.
Madam President.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to make sure that I'm totally clear and that I just heard the CAO correctly, that what is currently in the budget is an analysis that has to go through a public process to decide whether this is a service that we, the community, want to pay for, correct?
That is correct. The savings are placed in the budget, but there is no way to change our system without coming back to the board and without reliably going back to our neighborhoods and saying, this is what we're thinking about doing. This is how it's going to play itself out, and getting their support on it. And this is what the cost savings would be to do it in this fashion. Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to bring some clarity to what we're actually discussing, because I think some people think this is a budgetary thing where you have to make a decision to put the money back and do all of these things without actually realizing that this is a process. The chief said this is a process that can't happen before July 1st. Doesn't seem to me, it seems to me that this is a multi-year process if the study or the conversation says that we want to get rid of the service. So thank you for that clarity. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you for the question. Any other questions from visiting alders? Staff, can we open it up to questions from the public?
You can. Let's promote our friend here, Mr. Rosario, and make him a co-host. Here you go.
Mr. Rosario, state your name and address for the record, please.
How we doing? My name is firefighter paramedic Eliezer Rosario with New Haven Fire Department, 163 Burwell Street, New Haven, Connecticut. I just really want to take a stand both as a paramedic, I guess you could say a new paramedic in the city of New Haven, as well as a city resident born and raised here. This is my city. This is my home. These are my people. 80% of my family lives in the city, as well as a bunch of family and friends that, I've grown up with and are dear to me. ALS is something, in my opinion, that it shouldn't even be something that, as someone earlier mentioned, even be touched, for this fact that I just don't think a dollar amount supersedes the life of somebody, especially if it could potentially be one of our own. All right. There's been multiple situations where myself as a paramedic has been on scene, and as of recently where we had a double overdose, and we know that the fentanyl laced drugs have been going around, and there's just been so much opiate overdose, and the stuff is getting stronger and stronger. And unfortunately, treating overdoses or treating these type of opiate overdoses with BLS care, as far as intranasal Narcan, which an EMT can do, is not enough. I've had a double overdose a couple weeks ago where a gentleman and a woman were both overdosed, and we went with the initial treatment of intranasal, and it wasn't enough. I had to perform my paramedic level of care. They were already apneic, which means they weren't breathing for at least 6 minutes, okay? And we know that there's brain damage and stuff that happens if that proceeds. So the paramedic from AMR didn't get there till about 10 minutes after, where I had another paramedic who was not currently on the emergency unit, but on the fire truck, respond with me to treat and achieve paramedic level of care to both patients, where we were able to flood an absurd amount of almost 20 milligrams of Narcan between the two of them to reverse this opiate overdose. The paramedics didn't get there from AMR till after we had already established care and reversed the effect of this opiate overdose. There's been multiple other situations with that as well. We've had multiple, even a couple weeks ago, where there were only 2 paramedics in the entire city of New Haven, and it was a Sunday. So here we are getting bounced around, and we have no other paramedic level of care besides the 3 paramedics that are already taking care of for the city. So for me, that's a problem. That's an issue. I feel that if we really want to provide the best level of care, like people as myself and my other colleagues out there who take our paramedic level of care serious, who take it, and we're passionate about this because this is my city. Nobody's gonna treat my people. Nobody's gonna treat my family. Nobody's gonna treat my friends better than I can. I'm from here. I have a tie to the city, and I make sure I treat every single patient I ever touch and come in contact with the utmost respect and care, because this is my home. Nobody coming from out, there's people who are trying to make decisions in our city or treat people in our city that aren't even from here. And to me, I just don't understand that. And there's people even from AMR and stuff like that. And my respect and love to everyone for AMR, because there are some superb people there, but they would even tell you themselves, there's not enough paramedics from AMR to be able to continue this care. It's just not gonna happen. So if you sit us back, what do you expect me to do when someone I know or a family member I know is suffering a heart attack or a diabetic crisis or an overdose or a gunshot wound, and I know I have that capability to treat that patient, and what am I gonna do? Just sit there with my hands like this and watch somebody die in front of me waiting for an ambulance? That's not okay. That shouldn't even be a question. That doesn't make any sense to me. What is it gonna save me a year? You know, so I definitely think this is something, as we said, that we should review and come together as a community. But I think as a community, we need to stand up. If I have to pay to know that my son and my daughter, God forbid, they go into an allergic reaction or they fall like that kid did from the 2nd floor, 3rd floor window, and they get the right amount of care, I'm gonna pay for that. If I know my father's having a heart attack and they need treatment, I'm gonna pay for that. So this is just something that as a city, we need to just say, no, this is us. We got us. We're going to take care of us. And we're going to make sure that everybody in our city, friends and family, get treated with the utmost respect and the utmost care. That is our job. That's what I signed up for as a New Haven firefighter. And I didn't come on this job as a paramedic. I came on this job as an EMT and saw the treatment to the people in my city. And I stood up and I put a letter in to go to paramedic school. Well, I successfully completed the program and am now treating my people. And now I can speak to both the Latino community, to the African-American community, to the upper class white people in this city, and I do it with pride because this is my love, this is my baby, and ALS should not go anywhere. And that's what I just want you guys to understand.
Thank you, Mr. Rosario. Thank you.
God bless you guys. Thank you.
Thank you. And just before we go on to the next guest, I just want to say that I don't think it's fair to degrade any of the paramedics from other towns. I think no matter what town they come through, they've dedicated themselves to that type of service, so they're going to provide that service no matter where they work. I'm confident of that. I haven't talked to anybody, asked anybody, but I feel comfortable, and based on their dedication and willingness to do that type of work, that they're not going to shortcut anybody because they're from another town.
Well, I can only speak from what I've seen, and I just know that us from this position of being paramedics with the fire department, and majority of us coming from the inner city, like you said, of course, there are the people that come from out of town and from other areas that do provide good care. I won't take that away from you, but that is not the case all the time. That is not the case, and I've witnessed it and seen it firsthand. So what I'm saying is that our lives and our people's lives are not worth the gamble. That's all I'm saying.
Thank you.
Respectfully. All right.
Who's next, staff?
Mr. Swersey.
Mr. Swersey, you there? Please state your name and address for the record, please. Is he up? You have to unmute yourself if you're muted. There you are. Go ahead, Mr. Swersey. Name and address for the record, please. Unmute. You have to unmute yourself. There you go.
I did. My name is Arthur Swersey, and I live at 116 Crown Street in New Haven. I have a couple of points. One question that hasn't been answered is how much money does AMR actually get annually? My estimate is that it's several $1 million. So I know people have addressed the question of whether New Haven Fire Department should transport, but I think it would generate a great deal of revenue. And I understand there are legal requirements, but no one has answered the question of how much does AMR actually get. My second question or point is many cities in California, if not most of them, do not have emergency medical units, but assign paramedics to the engines. It seems to me that that's an option that New Haven should pursue, to disband the three emergency medical units, and then upgrade EMTs on, say, 4 or 5 engine companies. And that would produce roughly the same response time to paramedic calls, but would save the city a great deal of money. So I think that's an option that should be considered. Cities like Fremont, Oakland, and San Jose all operate that way, where the paramedics are assigned to engine companies rather than having separate emergency medical units. So that's another point I wanted to make.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Swersey.
You're welcome.
All right, if that's all you have, we'll move on to the next speaker. Is that Daniel Joseph? Daniel Joseph, would you please state your name and address for the record, please?
Sure. I'm Dr. Daniel Joseph. I live in Madison, Connecticut, but I work at 464 Congress at Yale. I'm an emergency physician at Yale, and I'm the EMS medical director. So I'm responsible for overseeing the EMS system and pre-hospital care in this area. I'm also the medical director for the 26 agencies that use Yale as their sponsor hospital. And that includes New Haven Fire, AMR, and many of the agencies in the surrounding towns. A lot of what I have to say has already been covered, and so I'll keep it relatively brief. I do have to say that I'm fairly concerned about reducing ALS capabilities, especially in the setting of the COVID pandemic. It seems a particularly inopportune time to reduce medical care and resources. And so I understand budgetary concerns, and everyone has them. But I think if this is going to be done, it has to be done very, very carefully in a way that doesn't reduce response times and doesn't reduce care. Otherwise, I think this is the type of intervention that has the potential to disproportionately affect the underserved. underserved. It's going to affect the people that rely most heavily on 911, which are the underserved and the chronically ill, the sickle cell patients, the dialysis patients, the patients that really, really rely on 911. And I think we have to be very, very cautious about making sure that we're still providing that level of care. I think New Haven Fire has done an exceptional job. They've done an outstanding job. And I worry that taking this away and reducing their capabilities is going to have a significantly negative impact on the citizens of New Haven. So I would kind of echo what others have said before, and I would be very cautious about this. I think that if you want to study it or explore it and you want to do it in a systematic way, I think that's fine. But I would be very hesitant to make a sort of a rash decision and remove ALS capabilities during this time. I think you're asking for a little bit of trouble there. So that's all I have to say. If anyone has questions for me, I'm happy to answer, but most of what I had prepared was already mentioned. So.
Well, thank you. Thank you for being brief and to the point. Any questions from the committee? All right, seeing none, thank you, Mr. Joseph, Dr. Joseph. Next speaker is Mr. Frank Ritchie. Mr. Ritchie, would you state your name and address for the record, please?
Frank Ritchie, 350 Ferry Street, New Haven, Connecticut. It's an honor to speak before the board. It was only 4 years ago that Mark Vendetto and myself, when he was vice president of the union, presented to the New Haven Register editorial board about moving the New Haven Fire Department to paramedic engines. If you look at all of the progressive fire departments across America, it's not just California, it's Montgomery County, Maryland, Fairfax, Virginia, Miami-Dade, Florida, Phoenix, Arizona. We know that New Haven had the best model in the 80s when it started, but that model has become outdated and proven to be a failed endeavor. The rest of the country has moved to paramedic engines. Even our suburban neighbors, like towns like Wallingford, have paramedic engine companies. The union took a concession to be willing to go down to 69 to save 12 positions to save the taxpayers of New Haven, with the goal of having paramedic engines, or to allow this honorable board to make a choice if they wanted to be like Hartford, Bridgeport, Stamford, Waterbury, and Meriden, and our other cities in Connecticut. What I hear tonight is it seems that this board wants to make the right decision and wants to make New Haven better and ensure that our residents receive the proper response that they deserve. Only, my father taught me a long time ago, if there's an elephant in the room, introduce it. This isn't a myopic discussion about paramedics. It's also a discussion, and it's a very sensitive discussion, and we all have to handle it like adults, but it's also an issue of diversity. When the union proposed and worked with the city of New Haven, we actually allowed the city years and years ago to split the civil service list, to create a paramedic list and to create a firefighter list. The goal of the union was so we could still hire enough city residents, but get enough paramedics in every class. Only management failed to lead, and management still continues to fail to lead because the current system is a failed endeavor. What they're not telling you today is the fact, the numbers of how many times our paramedics are not available to respond to our New Haven residents when they're having an asthma attack, a drug overdose, or shot. They're not telling you how overworked and how overstressed our paramedics are because we don't have enough of them. We don't hire enough of them. And when we do hire very little of them, because of the stresses of the job, they leave for East Haven, Wallingford, Manchester, and the other smaller departments. Kenny Oliver is 100% correct. If we hired 10 paramedics in every class, we could reduce staffing, saving the city money, taking that 72 number down to 69, and put forth paramedic engines. But we haven't hired enough medics, and our medics need a voice in this discussion. The discussion has to be, it's three choices. You can either choose to get the best service, and as Alder Antunes so eloquently said, best practices, let's put a paramedic on every engine. You can keep doing what we're doing now, which is a failed endeavor and stands as an empty promise to individuals who call 911, because they won't even tell you the real number of how many calls our paramedics are canceled to or miss because they're on other alarms. Or number three, you could stop the service and save millions of dollars. We put this in the contract as a concession so that the taxpayers and management could make an informed decision. But I really, it's important to realize that if we're going to go medic engines, the next class to get to that number 60, best practice, 60 paramedics is what we need. That next class has to be paramedics. And there's one thing that I have to bring up on behalf of our paramedics, because my phone's been ringing off the wall all day today, is when they put together the paramedic list, our city management did a huge disservice to the citizens of New Haven. They built false barriers so that paramedics from other states could not come here. They put in requirements that you had to be certified by sponsor hospital and you had to have this class and that class. Let me tell you, if I'm known for one thing, it's being honest. That's a joke. And what that does is when we tell paramedics from outside the state that they can't apply here because we put up a false barrier, what it does is it prevents the department for trying to do the thing that's hard to do with paramedics. And that's just the reality, the hard conversation, that paramedics are predominantly white. So if you allow for a nationwide search, Chief Alston is correct. We are a premier department. We are known throughout the entire country as being a great fire department. If you put out that nationwide search and you don't put up false barriers, we could actually increase the diversity of paramedics that come from the outside. So that's an important thing. The last thing I'd like to say is there's a false premise that keeps getting repeated. And I want to make sure I correct this right now. Everybody gets up and says 80% of the fire department's work, 75% of the fire department's work is EMS. It's a lie. Stop kidding yourself. It's something you guys tell each other to feel good at night. Stop it. Let's look at the facts. Compare us to Public Works. Our Public Works department does a great job every day keeping our streets clean. They pick up rubbish, and picking up rubbish is vital to community health. It's vital to our local businesses and our residents. They do that pretty much 90% of the time. They only plow snow about 22 times a year. You can't equate and conflate plowing snow and picking up trash. They're two distinctly different functions. We don't say we're not going to buy a new plow truck in the city of New Haven because they pick up trash 90% of the time and they only plow snow 10% of the time. What it is the fire department has been a victim of our own success. The fact is, if you're in New Haven and you pick up the phone in any neighborhood and you call 911, your neighborhood fire engine will be at your house in 4 minutes with the only goal to help. That's a fact. We were so good at our job that we took on a new mission after we were just doing fires to better serve our community. And now the community wants to frame it and penalize us and say, oh, you do 80% EMS. No, we do fire very well. And we do EMS horribly in the city of New Haven, and it needs to change. We have 3 paramedic units. You drive around the city of New Haven, you live in the city, talk to these medics. They drive back and forth all day long, placing citizens at risk. They get into accidents, I believe, at a higher rate. I believe the lawsuits are at a higher rate for our emergency units. And most of the time, they don't get there or they're canceled. Our paramedics do a great job every year. They should every day. They should be supported by this board, but this board needs to make a commitment to actually hire medics. The next class has to be all medics. And then after that, it has to be 10 medics in every class. If not, this whole conversation is pointless. And we got to take down those barriers so we can increase diversity in our paramedics, or you have to really commit to putting the money forward to train current employees to be paramedics. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Frank. Any questions from our board members? No questions. Thank you very much, Mr. Ritchie. Next speaker is Darrell Brooks. Mr. Brooks, would you step up and State your name and address for the record, please. Have to unmute, sir.
Sorry about that. I thought I did that. Good evening. My name is Darrell Brooks, Reverend Darrell Brooks, in the city of New Haven, 170 Stevenson Road. I've been a 25-year veteran of the New Haven Fire Department. And I can tell you that I will agree with the chief, both chiefs, that New Haven is a premier fire department. And if we make this move, and with all due respect, I appreciate my good friend Scott Jackson about having this conversation, but I think we're having the wrong conversation. The New Haven Police Department has a $43 million budget. The fire department has a $33 million budget. And so there is a conversation that's going on right now in our country that is on the cusp of really raising some serious issues. The New Haven PD, we need to look at this, particularly this committee needs to look at disinvesting in the New Haven PD and move some of that money over to the fire department and over to education and over to housing and other issues that are affecting our country and our city in particular. The chief mentioned about the COVID-19 emergency, and I am so appreciative of Dr. Joseph's quick analysis of why it's important to have ALS service. I can tell you, brothers and sisters, that having ALS service is vitally important. He is right. Underserved people in our communities are reliant on 911. They're relying on advanced care. They're relying on paramedics. I was on my way out the door when Eli came in and wanted to become a paramedic. He and I worked together briefly, and it's an opportunity for this department to really become a real premier department in the country by allowing all of our engines to become paramedic engines. And we can do that by taking people like Eli and others who are in the department who want to become paramedics and give them the opportunity to succeed in becoming paramedics. But I think we're having the wrong conversation. I think it's a non-starter for us to sit down and have an analyst analyze about taking ALS out of the New Haven Fire Department when we clearly see that the pandemic COVID-19 has literally cost the lives of my dear friends, members of my church, and members, extended family members. And it's primarily because of pre-existing conditions. And so for us to then take away advanced life support that has been proven to save lives in the African-American and Latino community, I think it's a short-sighted, non-starter of a conversation. So there's a conversation going on right now in the state, around the country, about disinvesting. Let's have that conversation. And that's where this conversation can start with this committee, where some of those monies, $9 million, they get over the fire department, should be moved over, disinvested out of the police department and moved into housing, the fire department for ALS services. All of these services that I'm talking about will have a significant impact for the better in individuals' lives. And so I thank you, Mr. Chair, for giving me that opportunity to have that conversation. And I just want, I think that's it. But I think it would be a mistake for us to move to having a conversation about moving paramedics out of the city. I will end on this. In my 25 years, I can't tell you how many times we were sitting on a call, provided all the level of care that we could provide as EMTs, waiting for an AMR unit to show up. And so I can't tell you the number of times that happened to me on a call. Secondly, I'll never forget hearing about this young man who lived in Dixwell and had an asthma attack and said to the BLS unit, I want to call my mom because I feel like, and there were no paramedics available. And that individual succumbed to his illness. And so I just want to say to the chief and to Scott Jackson and prayerfully to the mayor, please let's not have that conversation about reducing services. Let's talk about how we increase services and how we disinvest some of those dollars from the police department into the fire department and to other services that are needed in our city. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for this time.
Thank you for your comments. Great. And sorry I didn't address you properly. Reverend Brooks, is it?
Yes, sir. Daryl will be fine.
That's where I know you from for many years.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you again. I
Thank
believe
you,
our
Mr.
next
Chair.
speaker is Ian Cordero.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. First, I want to thank Reverend Kimber and Supervisor Oliver for speaking today on their knowledge of our situation.
Mr. Cordero, your name and address for the record, please.
Yes, my name is Ian Cordero, address 110 Huntington Avenue. So I've been taking notes throughout this meeting, so I just want to address a couple of that before I give my full statement. Our majority of calls in New Haven are EMS, and yet Kenny Oliver has little support down at the training academy. Whereas if you were to compare it to the fire and rescue side, they have a whole command structure. EMS Supervisor Oliver does not. So as the chief has mentioned earlier, we provide a very unique service to the city of New Haven. And when you compare it to other comparable cities, I know that was mentioned earlier, our fire budget is very comparable. So you think about like the budgets of Hartford, Stamford, Bridgeport. Remember, when you're comparing the fire budgets, what service they're providing versus what we're providing, that's very vital, very important. I want to comment on Alder Rodriguez when she mentioned the letter from West Haven. That's very frustrating to hear about West Haven and their feelings. So I understand their concern and commitment is to their citizens. Not only do we assist them in coverage in EMS, but we most importantly, we give them assistance in fire coverage. And I believe to this point, we've never hesitated to do so. I also want to honor our members because throughout this paramedic, we've been working nonstop, some of us living away from our families. And it's been a real toll in the firehouse, and I can see that amongst our members. So I really want to honor them. I thank the community. Some of the community have fed our members, and even community members have just come out to thank us, and that means a lot because this has been a very debilitating time. I also want to mention before quickly I forget because I had a paramedic remind me, the company AMR at the height of the pandemic cut 1,100 hours of their part-time employees. So just realize that's one of the potential companies that we'd be getting into bed with. Let me see here. Chief Olson mentioned how we lost a couple medics to other towns. Those towns mostly have smaller volume. Sorry, all those towns have smaller volume than the city of New Haven. And they also pay their medics at higher stipends. So again, when I mentioned compare those budgets to comparable cities, we must remember that. And I know we're in a budget crisis. I'm not saying they need to be paid more. What I'm saying is we're providing a high service at the cost that we're paying. Alder Roth, I know you had many questions about other ambulance services. So we know that AMR is based out of New Haven. Other private ambulance services typically are located outside of New Haven. So not only do we deal with, problems with response times within our own city, think about a company like Nelson, who I believe is based in North Haven or further. Yes. Let me see. Milford, I think Supervisor Oliver mentioned Milford and how they had a contract with AMR. And if I'm not mistaken, the reason why that they cut that contract was due to the fact that AMR couldn't maintain their paramedic service to Milford's standards. So I'm not sure of the whole situation, but I've heard that it's because they couldn't maintain paramedic units in the city of Milford, who doesn't do anything close to the call volume that New Haven does. Realize that the reason why AMR has such a visible presence in New Haven is due to the fact that we have two major hospitals in our city. So that's also something we have to consider. Medics do have an option also to work past 10 years. They do not have to get rid of their medic license. After 10 years, they can continue to operate as a medic. However, it's this current system, which many have stated, it's difficult and maybe not as efficient as it could be. It could be worked on so we can, promote medics into working past 10 years. So I'll get into my main statement. Again, my name is Ian Cordero. I've worked for the New Haven Fire Department for 6 years as a lieutenant in the Hill Station. I've resided, attended public schools, and cared for this community most of my life. But I do not come to you as an employee of the city of New Haven, but as someone who is concerned for the future and well-being of our citizens and visitors of this great city. Today, city leadership will consider eliminating the Advanced Life Support Program provided by the New Haven Fire Department and hope to save pennies in a difficult budget. I ask and beg of you all to reconsider. The city's plan is to replace the ALS program with a company by the name of American Medical Response, or more known as AMR. Many of you may be familiar with them because they are our current company who provides transport and services in the city of New Haven. However, as someone who has witnessed the company from many perspectives, including from within, the city is risking the lives of the citizens in order to save little. I ask of you, what is the value of the safety and well-being of your family and friends? Though AMR provides ALS service, their level of care is of significantly less quality. Not only do they have they do not have the same gear and technology as the NHFD operates with, they also don't have the capacity or willingness to provide the level of staff necessary to provide the service these citizens deserve. Do not be mistaken. AMR does not make much money from 911 calls. Their profits come from low-risk transfers that they are contracted to do with Yale New Haven Hospital. Their staff is mostly made up of part-time workers, and they have one of the highest turnover rates compared to other ambulance services in Connecticut. And AMR also has other branches in Bridgeport and Hartford, and their turnover rates are just simply not the same. Excuse me. So they utilize algorithms to determine how many ambulances to have on the road in order to maximize their profit margins. I know that as an internal employee, they use algorithms to make judgment of how many ambulance cars they have on a road at any given time in order to maximize their profit margins. I'm sorry to repeat that, but I feel like that is significant. They also serve almost all of New Haven County, not just the city of New Haven. Response times just for their ambulance service to 911 calls are greater than that of the New Haven Fire Departments. Imagine a scenario where we ask them to take on more work. Requiring AMR to keep ALS ambulances in the city of New Haven also comes at a premium. AMR has attempted this with a smaller city, and that same city chose to end their contract early due to the inability of AMR to meet those requirements of the contract. The New Haven Fire Department has one of the smallest budgets comparatively to cities with similar call volume per capita. The city's leadership will focus on the dollar amounts. However, they never really focus on how to make the New Haven Fire Department's ALS better, more efficient. The city in the past already chose to get rid of fire engines in place of an apparatus that delivers less services to the city. Please, let's not make the same mistakes again. The New Haven Fire Department works for your tax dollars. Do not trust your well-being in the hands of a for-profit corporation whose allegiance is to their shareholders. Thank you. That concludes my time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cordero. Any questions from the panel for Mr. Cordero? Seeing none, we'll move on to the next speaker, Julian Murillo. Julian Murillo, please state your name and address for the record, please.
Hi, good evening. Julian Murillo out of Waterford, Connecticut. I serve on the fire department as a firefighter paramedic for the last 3.5 years. Collectively, I've been a first responder for 9 years. New Haven was a department that I knew was a goal of mine to start working for when I knew what I wanted to do and found my calling. As Chief Alston has said in the past, we are an all hazards department. He loves to use that term, that we provide the highest level of medical care services on top of premier fire suppression capabilities, rescue techniques, the list goes on of what we provide to our services. I submitted a letter that covers a lot of what everyone has said, so I won't draw it out. Mostly I just want to come on and just speak to reminding that our medics are very passionate about what we do. We are pleased to offer the level of care that we do to our citizens. We bring with us, when we come to work for New Haven, hundreds of hours of collegiate level education. These programs on average do take about 2 years. Someone has said that before. That also involves hundreds of hours of clinical time, in years of field experience, and we are leadership role positions. And our role is not something that everyone wants to do. Not everyone wants to take on that leadership role. We are responsible for our whole team of other firefighters and even the private ambulance services that act underneath us. So that's quite an amount of to ask of someone to take on, that your license is on the line for you. So that's why we do need to incentivize to hire more medics from outside of the area. I know a lot apply. When I applied here, there was only 32 of us taking the initial test, and they still have to pass these same physical requirements to be a fireman like everyone else, and someone can't make a cut with that. And then before I know it, my hiring class was 16, and 4 of those left other departments, unfortunately. And then we have us that remain. Just trying to make sure I don't miss anything. So cutting our services would be a huge disservice to the city. Trying to place that onto AMR to provide that same level of care that we do. They are part of a corporation. They are the largest ambulance service in the nation. They are owned by a even larger corporation, which I believe is an insurance firm that does a lot of different things around the world. So, pleasing their shareholders is really what matters most. Yes, they are providing levels of care, and there are a lot of fantastic paramedics that do work for them, but it is to their no fault of their own that they are stretched thin. They have to cover multiple towns. They have to cut ambulances, and that's why sometimes the response times are down. And it's all about saving profits. So with that in mind, just want to remind the alders, honorable members of the board, that you have a lot of I respect that you have important decisions to make on to balance the budget, but cutting our ALS services, especially during a time that we are needed most right now during the pandemic, and also increasing EMS calls year by year, is something that I don't believe is the answer. So I yield my time. Thank you for allowing me the moment to speak.
Thank you. Any questions from the panel for Mr. Murillo? Seeing none, thank you, sir. And we'll move to our last speaker, Mr. Harold Brooks. Mr. Brooks, would you unmute and say your name and address for the record, please?
Good evening. My name is Harold Brooks. I live 170 Hemlock Road, New Haven, Connecticut. And thank you for the opportunity to speak. I just would like to share with the Board of Alders that I had to use the services on more than one occasion. And I would really appreciate that being involved in still within our community. I can tell you one incident I had with my child. They were first on the scene. I live here in Westville, and the station right on Fountain Street was the first responders. And they were there, they were attentive and respectful while they waited for the ambulance to get there to transport my son. Myself, I had to use it more than one occasion, leaving from church, had an asthma attack, had some heart-related issues, and I had to use the services. They were there. I think it's important to keep that in our community, especially for people of color. And it doesn't even matter where you live in the city, but I think it's important that, especially in places where the services will be vital and needful. So I encourage you all. I know it's a hard thing. We have to balance the budget, but I think you had some ideas and that was presented to you tonight. But I will encourage the administration as well as this board to make sure that the LS service maintains and stays in the city of New Haven. Thank you, and that's all I have for you. My comments.
Thank you, Mr. Brooks. Alder Wingate, do you have a question for Mr. Brooks?
No, I do not, Chair. I have a request from our majority leader. He would like to have he has testimony.
Oh, okay. I didn't see a hand up. Mr. Majority Leader, the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As a co-host, I don't have the option to raise hand. So I just sent a message over. Wanted to wait until you got through your queue. But then when I heard you say last speaker, I said, oh, I better use it. So thank you very much. And I don't normally push my way through into other committees, but I thought this was a little significant to ask. And I see Chief Alston is still there. But I think the question was more perhaps for Mr. Jackson and his testimony. So we all know that there is not a line item in the budget that removes ALS. But he did say that the savings is already assumed in this budget. And so I guess I'd like to take a step back and ask, when is the city doing this analysis and how is this savings being realized?
So the savings that were incorporated into the budget come from a reduction in costs based upon the reduction of minimum manning from 72 to 69. So it's baked into those salary and overtime dollars. Now, where is the study? We went out for a study before I got here and we got 0 responses. The budget also includes additional dollars for deployment study in the next year. And so we're gonna collapse those dollars, or it's our intention to collapse those dollars together to get it done.
So that there's an analysis, so there's a savings before the analysis. Oh, okay, all right, I won't get into those questions. That, and so for you, Chief, and good evening, it's good to see you. Did the mayor talk with you, or I see Mr. Oliver is still on the list, but did he talk to you before he made this public?
Yes, we did have some discussion, but there was not enough time during the onset of the pandemic to flesh this out completely. Of course, you maintain the regular budget hearings and discussion. We were in the process of ramping up for the COVID-19 response. So there were several options that were tied to not only the contract, the MOU, and also being able to notify our neighbors and partners and change the plan while being in the middle of a COVID emergency. So yes, there was discussion, but there needed to be further discussion. But we had the budget deadline facing us.
And this wasn't presented during the budget process that I can remember.
Which?
This budget process. This wasn't mentioned in the budget, and so well, I'm just saying this is really our first time hearing this. Also, just kind of getting moving. Okay, I'm just making a comment, not really a question. Sure. As always, Chief, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity.
Appreciate it.
There we go. Alder Roth first, and then we'll go to Mr. Fontana.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just want to follow up on something the majority leader asked to make sure. I think it was baked in the assumption that the reduction to 69 people would happen. And therefore, if it does not happen because the ALS stays in, then that money needs to be found elsewhere. I'm assuming that is correct, and I just want to sort of make that clear.
Yes.
Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, that is accurate.
Thank you. Are you all set, Alder Roth? Mr.
I
Fontana.
am, thank you.
Hey, good evening, members of the Public Safety Committee, Alder Antunes, Chair, and as well as the other alders that are joining the call tonight. I wanted to just actually provide Alder Festa with some information with regards to the bundle billing. That always seems to be a question. When I arrived to work for the city in 2008, there was no bundle billing program in place. We had began that in the West Haven Fire Department in collaboration with American Medical Response to create an ability for when the firefighter paramedic rides into the hospital, that the department that they represent could in fact be reimbursed for providing the higher level of care in the back of an ambulance where there were two EMTs. That happens pretty often in New Haven. It happens, there's 40 ambulances that AMR has within the greater New Haven region. Out of those 40 ambulances, approximately 10 of them are paramedic units. And that's no fault of AMR's. It's the fact of the matter of there just are not enough paramedics. But we chose bundle billing because what we didn't want to do, we didn't want to send a resident a bill from the New Haven Fire Department. So what we settled on was an agreement that AMR would bill the individual based on the assistance of the New Haven Fire Department. Again, it started in West Haven, and now it's done region-wide. And the costs are anywhere from, for a Medicaid patient, which we have 55% of the population in New Haven is on Medicaid. When we ride in the back of the ambulance with AMR, with a Medicaid patient, we don't get anything. And that's no fault of anyone's other than the system. If we ride in the back of the ambulance on a Medicare patient, it's $73.35. If we ride in with an Anthem or a private insurance, it could be anywhere up to $400. We make about $200,000 a year on that. It does go into the general fund. We receive checks anywhere between one and 2 months, and those checks are forwarded to finance for the general budget. With regard to Mr. Swerzy's comments, and I say that because people think that AMR is making money off of the cities. In 2005, subsidies were ended. New Haven was paying $500,000. They pay nothing any longer. AMR has been a great partner to the city of New Haven. They provide MedCom services. As you know, when we use CMed, the city of New Haven was paying $391,000 for that service annually. We now pay $86,000. And the cost savings are across the board with all municipalities. With regard to the number of calls, and I think this is critically important, and I could be as passionate as all of the speakers were because they all raised really good questions. I've been in this business for 40 years. I've seen ambulance companies come and go. We have a great partner. AMR does good work for us. They responded last year on 35,615 calls. The New Haven Fire Department does approximately 514 EMS calls a week. or excuse me, a month. That's a lot of calls. That's a lot of calls. They're busy. The workload is high. Paramedics are, they provide the highest level of care in the shortest period of time. And I might want to remind everyone, the first paramedics in the state of Connecticut, 1978, were in the New Haven Fire Department. I understand times are tough. And I hope that we can all sit down and come up with some options on what will work best for the budget, and what will work best for our residents to get the highest level and the best care possible in the shortest amount of time. And I know we could do it. We all know that there's a budget crisis, not in New Haven, but every city. And COVID's going to make it worse. I think if we all put our heads together, we can come up with a great plan. A lot of mention about fire department paramedics on the engines. It's a great concept. It happens throughout the country. But again, under the leadership of Chief Alston, I think we can work this together. Ken Oliver is very passionate. He's good at what he does, just like everyone speaking tonight. So I'm sure we can come to a reasonable conclusion, not end ALS, find savings elsewhere in the department, maybe going to paramedic engines, but that does save a good amount of money. I thank you for the opportunity. Good night to everyone. And if anybody has a question, I'm glad to answer it.
Thank you, Rick. Are there any questions for Rick Fontana? Seeing none. We have another last speaker, Mr. James Rawlings. James Rawlings, would you unmute and state your name and address for the record, please?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, because my system was off, but I can hear, but I can't see you. I just want to say a few words about a program that I'm in charge of, and I work collaboratively with the New Haven Fire Department and the Board of Aldermen. And in this discussion tonight, it's really the canary in the mine. The sickle cell community disproportionately uses ALS more than any other group. We average 5 to 6 on average visits to the emergency room. 10 or 15% of our clients use the ALS system up to 12 times per year. The thing that I'm concerned with, there has not been a discussion with those who will be the most disproportionately impacted. The entire Board of Aldermen has worked with us to put in place a sickle cell community center, the first in the Northeast. We put it up because the sickle cell community is never heard of, never paid any attention to. And the thing that I'm concerned with, and I'm hoping that Chief Alston, Mr. Fontana, and this working committee here, Mr. Joe Atunes, that is a win-win, but we cannot compromise the quality of services for the sickle cell community. They are the community that disproportionately uses and relies on ALS. So I really enjoyed the discussion tonight, but they're the canary in the mine. They're the ones that'll be the most impacted if we cannot reduce the quality. If we can do something else around the finances, but $1.6 million is nothing compared to losing 2 lives or having a delay in getting to the emergency room in a timely fashion. I'm just hoping that as we're talking about quality and having a seamless approach, that we think about the sickle cell community. New Haven is 67% Black and brown. COVID told us about how unhealthy we are in urban centers. But even beyond the comorbidities, the sickle cell community is immunosuppressed. And we have to make sure that if we're designing a system, we design it around those most vulnerable and make sure that there's no harm done. Matter of fact, we should be thinking about enhancing the quality of programs. I've never been at a table before when it's this or that. When you're doing something clinically and medically, it's always for improvement. And I'm hoping that that is the thing as the goal of this discussion. If there's a workaround or whatever we have to do, it should be to enhance the quality of life of sickle cell community. 1 minute there makes a big difference in how they present in the emergency room. 1 minute makes a big difference. And I'm hoping we take this under consideration is how we make sure that there's no reduction in the quality of life. We should be talking about how can we improve the response to our community, not how can we save a dollar and making sure it works. You know, most sickle cell patients live in New Haven because of New Haven Hospital. And that's a good thing because we get quality of care there. And I know that the fire department wants the same thing that we want. I know the mayor wants the same thing that everyone wants, but we cannot in any way diminish the quality of care and support for the sickle cell community. And I'm hoping our goal is to figure out if there's a workaround that we improve the quality of care and the transportation and ALS support for the most vulnerable and fragile within our urban center. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rawlings. I appreciate that. Okay. I believe we've gone to everyone who has not testified already. Is there anyone else from the public who'd like to testify? Is there anyone else from the public who'd like to testify? Anyone from the public who has not testified and would like to? Seeing none.
I'll make a
one on the phone, sir. Sorry.
Oh man.
Here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes, we
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
I'll make it as quick. I know you're ready to go home. Me too. This is Liz Johnston, 48 Perkins Street. I want to be clear before we start that I worked for the Office of Emergency Medical Services for the Department of Public Health. What we did was oversight for EMS. I am now retired, so I am not speaking on their behalf. I think this proposal is short-sighted. You're giving up control. You have the potential for delayed response. AMR, there are wonderful people that work for AMR, and we're just assuming this is the corporation that you were considering doing business with. They lost 2 contracts with Milford and North Haven, in Milford in particular, because they would not commit to keeping 2 ambulances available and not to do transfers. You cannot nickel and dime people's lives. I would ask you, when you make this decision, think about the person that you love most in this world. Don't you want the fastest response? You have to pay for EMS. We'll pay for fire suppression and we'll pay for police, but you don't want to pay for EMS, and you must. There's so many other things I wanted to say, but this is the end of the night. I just want to reiterate, moving away from New Haven Fire providing ALS is misguided, short-sighted, not smart in any way, shape, or form. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Are there any questions from the panel? Seeing none.
I'll make a motion. We close the public portion.
Second.
Moved in second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Or none? The public portion is closed. Thank you, gentlemen, for your input. Appreciate you coming tonight. Chief Alston, Mr. Scott, Rick Fontana, and Assistant Chief. Is he gone? He snuck out on us?
No, he's still there. He's right there.
Oh, there he is. Assistant Chief Vendetto. I didn't notice you in the disguise.
Chairman, I just
All right,
wanted to say,
committee, what is, yes, Chief.
just before I leave, I want to thank the alders. I look at all your names while we've been going through this process. It's 10 o'clock at night. You were here before 6 o'clock. It just shows your commitment to public service that we share with you. This is a partnership. And I appreciate the fact that you hosted this and gave everyone an opportunity to speak. And this is going to be a conversation that will continue. So I just want to thank you all for that, for your commitment. And good night.
Well, thank you, Chief. I appreciate it. And I understand you're buying dinner for 12 of us. Is that right?
It's herbal tea. You're more than welcome to have some.
All right, the floor is open for a motion. The first item tonight was the autonomous vehicle. What say you?
I move we discuss the first item.
Second.
All right, moving to second, discussion. Mr. Vice Chair, I hear you thinking of saying something. Well, my big concern, I'll get you warmed up. My big concern, of course, is the liability issue.
Absolutely.
You know, it's going to be out there in the street. They say it's going to be moving slow. I mean,
Yes.
7 to 10 miles an hour pretty much gets in the way by all accounts, you know, looking at the route that they want to take. It's getting in the way, and there's a lot of left-hand turns involved, which means they're crossing traffic in many of those cases. And, you know, there's no arrangement right now to notify anybody else in the street if someone's crossing the street or if there's a bicycle in front of you, you know, so there's no audible alarms on the thing. There's just too many questions right now, and maybe you guys feel a little differently.
No, I feel the same way you do in reference to it. I mean, it's not, I don't know, it's too many liability parts into this thing. I mean, I think we need to find out more information about it, perhaps table it, you know, to look at it for what it is later on down. You know, he's talking about having a seat at the table. You know, I'm not convinced. I'd rather table something like this, me personally.
All right, let me go to Alder Singh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On these proposed routes, you know, since the vehicle is going 10 miles an hour, I think we need to have signage posted on those autonomous vehicle moving slowly, so drivers, pedestrian should be aware, you know, going into those part of the road. That's my thought going into that. Should be, you know, proper signage posted that is visible. Since it's a pilot program, that should be part of the pilot program, signs installation.
Right. And I wasn't quite sure of what they were talking about, and why is the parking authority putting money into this? I thought this was all money coming from the state and this experimental program.
It's coming from the partnership, the hospital, and the vehicle company.
Yeah.
But using
when does it come down to us? That's what I'm concerned about.
Alder Wingate asked a question about the insurance, but nobody gave a liability cost, what the insurance would cover. It says it's going to have insurance, but nobody says, well, we have $10 million liability or what. Nothing, no numbers came up.
Absolutely not.
We know our cars, if we are lucky, we got 100,000, but after that, it's subject to.
Mickey, can you take some of these down just to send back to them for a response? So I think some important points are coming out here.
Yeah, so
yes, I can.
One, I'm proposing that we should have a revision with sign posted, visible sign, autonomous vehicle traveling slowly, you know, and that would be one of my discussion. Thank you.
All right, wait a minute. We had Alder Roth, then Alder Smith.
I think Alder Smith had her hand before me, so I'll
defer
to her and then go.
I totally have some problems with it also regarding the safety issues of it. For one, even a bicycle, not knowing if there's a child that's going to dart out into the road, it's hard for them to manually stop themselves from running over a child. and to have a robot to be on the road that cannot spontaneously stop or detect that someone is coming out there to cause harm to the pedestrians and to those that are inside of that vehicle. So I'm concerned basically on an insurance factor of who would take on the cost if someone were to get injured in that vehicle or outside of the vehicle. And I just don't see what us continuously to keep doing these pilot programs and trying something that's basically not going to work for us. So I'm not for this at all.
You were the guinea pigs. Alder Roth?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also have a lot of concerns about it. While, you know, I guess autonomous vehicles are sort of the thing of the future, in a perfect world, we could test it. I think that part of downtown is not a good place to be testing it. I think there's so many people, signs will not, no one looks at anything. It's chaos there. There's all sorts of people walking in all sorts of places, biking in all sorts of places. There's the ambulances that have to speed by. I mean, we just listened to the importance of timing. There's downtown crossing that's going to be happening. It's going to be gridlock as is. I just think adding this to the mix just makes me very concerned, both the risk to people's lives and the cost. I think, I also worry about the kind of who's there. There are costs. There have been costs. It's not clear to me, even though Yale New Haven Hospital is sort of, it's for their employees and their patients, that it wasn't clear to me that they're putting money into it in any way. The hope is maybe that they will, but we haven't seen that. And just with all the other priorities that traffic, transportation, and parking needs to focus on, I just think this is not a high priority. We should be focusing on improving, you know, sidewalks, our traffic signaling, parking, all the other issues seem like much higher priorities to me. So while I appreciate kind of why they'd want to do this, for me, just the benefit does not outweigh the risks, the time cost, and the monetary costs.
Alder Wingate.
No, I would like to make a motion that we table this. We can revisit it.
Second. It's moved and seconded. Any other discussion? The vote is all in favor of tabling this item. Aye.
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 Any opposed? The ayes have it. It will be tabled and we can maybe get some more answers. When you send that, can you also see, you mentioned 3 other towns. Is anybody doing it? Can we get a demonstration or something?
Yeah.
Thank you. All right, moving on to the second item, the hearing on the mayor's plan to eliminate advanced life support paramedic services.
So,
motion? We can't go into discussion until we move it.
I move the item.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Discussion. Alder Wingate.
So we learned something new tonight in reference to this whole process, right?
What did you learn new?
Well, it's almost like somebody put the cart before the horse, if I can say it like that, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Right? Somebody put the cart before the horse before they committed community outreach, and I mean, I don't know. I mean, that's what they. Maybe I'm sleepy, but I could have sworn. Me too, right? Back to the district. I could have sworn that. I don't know. I mean,
to my knowledge, it was not an item that was on the table.
No.
For the budget.
No.
And that's where people got.
It's not even a line item.
No.
So it's not like it's. I mean, this was a long night, people. That's all I can say.
Let's hear from Alder Roth. Go ahead, Alder Roth.
Yeah, no, just, I mean, I actually echo what sort of the majority leader made the point. I mean, I do think when the budget was introduced in early March, this was stated that this was the plan, but as someone who watched the budget hearings, I found it very strange that there was no presentation on this plan as part of that. So clearly there's a lot of questions about I think if the plan actually makes sense, and then if it doesn't, where the money comes from to replace that money.
So can I jump
Yes,
in,
go
Arthur?
Go ahead.
So in making a motion, right, as we move forward, we will be doing the same thing with this conversation, right? We'll be tabling it, right?
Not necessarily.
No?
Depends on a motion.
I mean, we got to hear more, right? Like we can't. We could send a letter of not supporting it. We could send a letter of supporting it, right?
Right.
I would be in favor of sending a letter of not supporting it, right? I would do that. That's my take on it.
All right, Alder Singh.
I mean, they're asking us, basically, they're asking us to reopen the budget. That's what they're asking us to do. And
Yeah, but
why do we don't have to reopen the budget because it was not a budget item.
Right. So that's what they're asking. So it's not a budget item and we can't open the budget.
So we can open the budget if we needed to, but since it was not a budget item, there's no need to open the budget.
No, we don't need to. We don't need to. So we're not in support of this because I don't think it's properly the channel for it. We heard it, but they're asking us to open the budget. And
all right, let's go to Alder Smith first and then Alder Roth.
Okay, I'm confused on two ends. One of the end that it says that the mayor plans to eliminate the ALS system. I guess that's where it was. And I understand it's not in the budget. Then the other portion that I have a little bit confusing with when Scott Jackson said that it's going to be an analysis that goes on. Where is that money coming from?
Oh my God.
I have no idea. They do have line items that they can use to do those sort of things in different departments. So maybe that's coming out of his. Let's see, Alder Roth, do you have an answer for that? Or
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I actually thought he maybe was answering a different question. I think he maybe, and I could have misunderstood, been answering the question of the staffing study because there had been lots of talk about we had put money in the budget for a staffing study and people kept asking the chief about it and he said no one, they put it out to bid, but they didn't get any takers at that cost. And so I thought he actually, when he was talking about a study, that even though he said there needs to be public conversation and we need to gather data about what to do with the emergency medical, I think I thought, but again, maybe I was wrong, that he was actually talking about the staffing study for what the staffing model is 72 the right number? Because that's something we as a board had passed in the past.
all right, I think we're beating this up. They only asked us for a public hearing, and that's what we've done so far. Alder Wingate.
Yeah, so in reference to the item the way it is now, I don't support it. The way it's written right now, I don't support it. So would it make sense for us to send a letter in this form to say the Public Safety Committee doesn't support removing ALS from the fire department right now?
Makes sense to me. I don't know if we have to go for full board. Mick, do we have to go full board or can we do it a letter just from the committee and close out this item?
My opinion is you can send a letter and we'll see what Al says. I mean, is Al still there?
I don't know.
I am still here. I mean, I would recommend if you're going to do this and it's related to something this big that you coordinate with leadership and do this as a board action, not just a committee action.
Okay, that makes sense to me.
Okay.
How about if I can get in contact with the Madam President, and tell her what our wishes are. We can move at this point. Was that a motion, Alder Wingate, to send a letter? I mean, because if we do it that way, we move it and it passes, then I talk to the president, and if she agrees, then that's what we do.
Okay.
Alder Roth, you had another comment.
Well, I'm just looking in the chat that President Walker Myers is on the call. I couldn't tell if she had wanted to make a comment or had a chat, so I just wanted to note that.
I am on the call. I just wanted everyone to know I'm not a part of the committee, but I have a suggestion that I think would satisfy what everyone is talking about.
Okay. Go ahead.
Want to hear the suggestion?
Yes, that's what I was going to ask.
Okay. I make a suggestion that someone possibly make a motion, because I'm willing to do a working group. What we've heard here tonight is that this elimination pause, or maybe possibly not the elimination of ALS, needs to have a further conversation with all the parties that would be affected. And I'm willing to do a working group that names those parties to ensure that they get together sooner rather than later, and not wait until the administration decides to start the conversations. Because it was clear to me from listening to the chief, listening to other interested parties, that it could possibly happen if it's thought out correctly, and the community needs to weigh in and decide what course of action they need to take. So if we have this working group that would also include community members, the administration, fire, I think we can start the conversations and some of these questions could get answered.
Sounds good to me.
Okay.
Mr. Vice Chair?
Well, I make a motion that we create a working group around this particular item in its best practice ways, moving forward, so we can get the right people to the table to come up with a great solution around this particular item.
Second.
Moved in second. Any further discussion? Seeing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed?
I make
So
a motion
carried.
to adjourn.
Second.
Moved in second. All in
Good night,
favor?
colleagues.
Aye.
Aye.
We got to stop these
Mickey,
late.
you got it? You got it, Mickey?
Yes, you think, let's ask Al about this, but what about read, print, and filing the item and putting into the read, print, and file order that there will be the working group?
Okay. There will be a working group.
Yes,
Mr.
Al, if that's okay, and President Walker, but that would be
Okay.
All right.
the majority leader.
Sounds good to me. I like it.
Is that okay, Al?
We'll work with it. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Great.
Have a good night, sir.
It's a wrap.
Committee, good work as usual. Y'all the best.
Thanks for staying so late, folks.
Yeah.
We got to try and stop making these so long.
Oh, no, it was a lot on the agenda. It's a lot.
There's only 2 items on the agenda. We had a big turnout.
Yeah, it's a lot. Yes.
Well, good night, all. Thanks, Mick.
Good night.
Bye.